If you all could help me thank the best in the business, Mike Flanagan with Inside Bowling, I want to thank you giving us the play-by-play all weekend. Great job. Doing a wonderful, wonderful job. All right, Classics Yard, been crazy, pouring and cutting, Springfield ball game, pro shop, Columbia 300 and track ball. I want to thank you all for your sponsorship. Someone will be crowned winner of the 2024 10K doubles.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 2024 Springfield doubles bracket round of 16. This is going to be the stream to be here for. This is going to be a lot of bowling all afternoon long. We got our round of 16, as I mentioned. Over here on lanes 35 and 36, getting ready to get things started here. We have Eddie Bird and Aaron O'Brien taking on Austin Bolds, who just bowled on lane 35, and Patrick Hanrahan. Best of 3 matches here, Baker style. Right next door over on the right, we have our defending champions, Anthony Sean Lavery-Spar, excuse me, and AJ Chapman. And then we've got, they're taking on Chris Arcaro and Nick Christie. And then on the bottom right side of your screen, we've got one Patrick Hanrahan, excuse me, that's not the right one. We've got Britton and Harper, Bittenbender and Barrett. And then we've got Mooney and Pauly taking on Powers and Cortez. That's what I have for you here. And I have the bracket on my phone as well. And I'm going to rotate that and tell you who everybody bowls moving forward should they advance. Okay. The winner of the Mooney, Pollock, and Powers-Cortez match will take on Keplinger and Biondo in the next round. The winner of the Britton Harper and Bittenbender-Barrett match will take on Robarge and Barnes. O'Brien and Bird and Hanrahan Bolds. The winner of that one will take on Thompson and Troop. And the winner of Arcaro, Christie, and Chapman Lavery-Spar will take on Crow and Kroll. Sean Lavery. Yep. Okay. The pattern they're bowling on is a fresh condition of this Springfield Double Shootout special pattern that was created for this event. And it's about a 4.5 to 1 ratio. There it is for you to see. 43 feet in length. And it's played pretty tricky here this weekend. Scoring pace down quite a bit this year. Took a 217 average per player to make it into the cashers round this morning, where we took 21. Now we're down to the top 16. I mentioned all the teams, but there are 4 other teams that will receive 2 byes. Our top seeds are Cruz and Holloman. Number 2 seeds, Jones and Jones, Tommy and Eric. Albrecht and Wilkins are number 3 seed, and AJ Rice and Nate Garcia are 4 seeds here today. Again, they receive 2 rounds of byes. So this is the Baker matches here, and we're seeing some light hits here. Seeing some 2-pin combinations for the right-handers early on.
We'll switch it up again next week. Yeah.
Wrap 7 for Packy. We'll move over here and take a look and see how things are going in our other bay. And speaking of bays, I want to welcome in broadcast partner here, Kevin Williams.
Speaking of bays, wow. Did you just flirt with me?
I did.
I thought you kind of meant it as in the bay because I live near the bay, but
that was not how I meant it.
I like the flirting much better.
Yeah, I was trying to flirt with you last night, but you already had a company.
Calm down.
I tried.
Calm down.
Tried to make a move on you.
You could have just, stolen me.
I know. I don't like to fight.
Okay.
Great to have you back.
Yeah. Yeah. The wish you wanted to come to that I didn't sit in the booth with you didn't even get close to not happening. So here we are.
I know.
Here we are. But this is the most fun part of the tournament. Baker match play, which you never see.
I'll put a standings link in here, Ashley, but I'm not sure how we're updating things there, but I will, because if there are going to be updates, it's going to be on that page.
For the bracket?
Yeah.
We'll just post photos of the bracket on our Facebook page that everyone can go like on Facebook. Springfield Doubles Shootout Facebook page.
Okay, that link is pinned at the top of the chat now. All right, so I've got my cheat sheets. I want to thank Columbia 300, Brunswick, and Track for being the bowling ball sponsors of this event. If you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase or bags or anything, shoes, you name it, check out Columbia 300, Brunswick, and Track. Also want to thank the Springfield Coring and Cutting Company, along with Ben Crazy, Classics Yard, and Enterprise Park Lanes, home of the Greater Ozark Tournament.
You went to Classics last night.
I did.
How was your experience?
Great. It's wonderful.
Love that.
Love my man Caleb over there.
Yeah. That's my spot. I love it. It's fun over there. It's a good time. That's where we'll be again, I'm sure.
So Bittenbender and Barron here off to a little triple in game number 1. They're perfect so far.
No surprise.
Also Mooney and Pollock also perfect so far. And another strike for Shea. Head over here. What a slow start on 37 and 38. Open, open, spare, strike.
You know what's funny too is whenever we were drawing up the bracket, Sean came up to see what pair they bowled on. He goes, "Oh great, just the pair I wanted to bowl on." I said, "What pair?" He said 37 and 8. I said, "It sounds sarcastic." He was like, "It is." And now we see why. That pair was easy for me and Anthony on the fresh last night. And then no other pair was easy.
Why do you think this lane pattern was so tricky here this weekend?
I don't think there's a lot of oil in the front part of the lane. 27 mils, but it just doesn't quite feel like 27 mils. So the front's hooked and the middle part of the lane hooks. But early on, you can't really get too far away from the track because your ball just falls off it. I mean by falls off it, it just like doesn't quite get around the corner. So a lot of people were washing out. Like you see on the bottom right corner, you see someone with the head pin. So you couldn't get too far away from the track, but the middle's hooked so much that it forced you to get away from the track. So I think finding a way to get your ball through the front part of the lane without it not hooking down lane was the key. And also who you cross. There's a lot of guys with a lot of rev rate and things like that, but like you see here on 28, he missed the head pin. It was easy to do. If you got your ball a little bit too steep, getting too far to the outside, it never had a chance. But then you try to make an adjustment off that and kind of keep your angles in front of you, and it would get offline the other way. So it forced your hand to either make, you'll see guys make a 15-board move after game 1 and just get into a whole nother zone to get away from that out of bounds. See there, that ball kind of got a little lazy down lane too. On 27. Boog came up to me and told me, he was like, "I don't know what to do games 3 and 4. He's like, "I feel like he's like, "I don't want to have to go from a stronger, earlier ball all the way to the weakest ball I have." And I was like, "But that's just what you have to do." So that's my insight.
Appreciate it.
Because they played pretty tricky. I mean, the cut only got to 250, which I think is a great number. $120 over a guy. Best of 3 instead of best of 5. The first year that we've done best of 3. So they'll go a little bit quicker than they usually do. But for the sake of everyone traveling, it's a little more efficient for them. We got some low scores going on 35 through 38 right now. We have no doubles and a bunch of opens. Ooh. And there's the first double right whenever I said there was no doubles. Chris Curl trips out the 9. Max score of 247. to the max score of 238. So it's a one-hit match over on 37 and 8. And I would say the same thing over on 35 and 6. The lefties putting it on them a little bit. Matthew Harper on 29 and 30, bowling against Tim and Shay is a local team that I didn't know they were bowling that good. I didn't really check standings. I didn't know they snuck in.
Yeah, Steve Weimer was really talking them up, talking about how great they are.
I love it.
He
Well,
joined me in
Steve
the
loves
booth.
to see the locals get in here and shine a little bit with the guys that do this every weekend.
Yep, that's exactly what he said. Tim with a nice strike there on the right lane after the Shea Bittenbender Open. They actually,
They're down now.
If both teams strike out, they would lose by 2.
Open, 5-bagger. I think they figured it out pretty quickly. And then I think Shea pocket 710 on this shot before. Packy gets them their first double.
Yeah, your defending champions, as mentioned, Sean Lavery Spar and A.J. Chapman find themselves in the first round of the bracket here to start things off.
They all hit flat, brother. I'm trying to throw it like you.
Shea 4 pins.
Right when I made that comment about doubles, and everyone's getting their first double now. It's like the reverse black card.
Austin with a shot here it's really important for this game number 1 in this match. Messenger did not take care of the 10.
That's dirty. That's just dirty work. This pattern suits Jason as he gets a messenger to fall. Suits him perfectly because he likes to throw it pretty hard and he kind of floats it through the fronts and keeps it in front of him in the track. I think he can do that for a good amount of time on this pattern.
A race to 3 here. A race to 3.
Well, technically a race to 2.
Well, yeah, excuse me.
It's okay. Don't let it happen again. I mean, we made this change for you, and you don't even know how to call it. I mean,
I know.
jeez. There's that spot I was talking about again. He's missed a head pin twice. Cortez. I would either tell him grab a weaker ball, try to move a zone away from that spot, or get a little more in front of you.
So Pollock and Mooney can bowl 266. They're going to get the first game win.
They're the only lefty-lefty team, I think. Actually, I said that. I don't truly know. I just feel like that's right.
Big shot here. Wow, impressive. 258 max.
So, there's a Calcutta, and there's always a team that gets in the match play that goes for next to nothing, and the Calcutta pays well. So if you win this first match, you're guaranteed at least 1,000 in the Calcutta, and I think Jason Britton and Matt Harper went for $100.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the only reason they went for 100 is because I said their name and they didn't really say anything, and so I said, I'll take you for 50, and then they said 100 to them. So I was like, oh, okay, there you go. Shea, Miss Messenger at the bottom of the screen. Chapman barely gets the 10 out.
The champions are coming.
Yes, they are.
Uh-oh, that's a big miss by Aaron O'Brien there.
They have a max score of 2-0 now to 216 for Pack.
Yeah, Packy's
Awesome.
been having a little 7-pin carry issues here on this right lane. Let's see what he does here.
He's still in the Arctic vibe from the start. Good shot.
A lot of spare attempts over here.
Yeah.
So it was 250.
Shea and Tim down 1-0 early to the local guys, Jason and Matt.
251, 159.
Wow. You got to imagine the last couple frames was them just trying some things, probably not really
Sure.
throwing at their spares. Jason covers up a Deadwood. Well, Austin just missed a 10-pin the frame before this, and he just left another one. The bowling gods always give you the redemption on your spare shooting when you miss a spare pretty quickly, it seems like. I don't imagine he's going to miss 2 in a row. When he picks this up, they got max score of 196 left, so Eddie and Aaron can get up there and throw a 3-bagger and good count. Snag game 1. Low-scoring game 1 for them.
Britton and Harper, 236.
6.
Yeah, you're right. It's
Yeah,
236.
I know. I'm really good at this. I'm really good at this.
1-0.
Guys. I would not have guessed it to be a blower 7-pin like that, but.
Go over to these matches for conclusion.
All right. Sean has to pretty much match what Nick is doing here in the 10th on 37 and 8, and Nick gets the first one. Get him to 2 teens. Oh, that was a funky hit by the Birdman, the PBA 50 rookie. Weird to say. That's weird to say.
It is weird to say.
All right, huge shot here on 37. Double forces a double out of, I think it's Chapman that finishes. Oh, dirty. And 0 reaction. Shakes his head. I don't think he liked that shot that much. Might have gotten away with one. I don't really know. Just going off his body language. 7-10. Oh, 7 falls late. Count isn't super important here for Nick, but I mean, you want to strike anyways. I guess it's a little important. 3 pins. You can see it 8 spare for a tie. Good finish for Arcuro and Nick. 225. Chapman needs strike, 9 spare. Actually, strike dash is good. 9 dash. Mixer 7, Arcuro and partner sneak out game 1. I don't know what the split conversion was in the 7th, but they go 3-bagger, split spare, 5-bagger to finish. Packy just needs a mark here, a mark and count. That is the best mark one can get.
Yep.
Is a strike. They snag game 1. So low scoring match between the teams on 35 and 6. And then the teams on 37 and 8. They figured it out a little bit.
Carolyn, your order's ready, Carolyn.
210 to 220 and then 170 to 180 or 90 depending if Packy strikes here. Usually these pairs are the high scoring pairs, but they've been the low ones all weekend.
Yeah, they sure have.
Which is not like this center at all. Usually 30, 31 to 38 are very good.
Packy doubles.
Best bang for your buck, bowling ball.
So these matches here, just to let you know, it is Brandon Mooney and Eric Pollock, 251 over Powers and Cortez, 159. They're up 1-0. Also, Britton and Harper bowled 236 at Tim and Shea. They're up 1-0, 236 to 213. Bottom right of your screen, Arcuro and Christie bowled 225. Chapman and Lavery Spar, 217. Sean, that is. And then we had Packy just finish out here in the 10th frame for 196. For game 1 win over O'Brien and Bird.
Hypothetically, can we switch where we stay on the same lane?
You can switch your guy guys' like lineup.
So I'm saying you can stay on the same lane the whole time.
Yeah, that's essentially what you want to do. You just pick a lane and let the guy finish the 10th one at a time.
So we're seeing a 2-pin combination for a right-hander and a 3-pin combination for a left-hander. They're playing a little bit tighter down lane, it looks like to me. Just judging off ball reaction.
How big of an upset would this be if Tim and Shay don't sneak out this win over Jason and Matt? Jason and Matt are good players, but they don't bowl as much as Tim and Shay do when it comes to the weekend warrior events.
Yeah, and Shay missing the head pin is not a good sign.
No, it's not.
I don't see Shay miss the head pin very often.
Tim, I think, is having carry issues because he 10-pinned in the second and kind of put his hands like, okay, okay, okay.
They might want to cut back on snack bar announcements.
It's not going to happen.
It just caught
Yeah.
Powers.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to, it's the only way they can get it. And we have all this, we have a youth shootout going on the low end that starts soon. So
Yeah, junior gold qualifier.
yeah, we wanted to have a full weekend.
Tim 2/8.
You can bowl whatever lane you want to bowl. Yeah.
I'm used to bowling at the rec. They all get wrapped out. Strength.
Eric Pollock with a nice strike there. See Sean down there starting that match, or his
God.
first shot over there, gets 9.
Matt with the Brooklyn only to leave the 10-pin. Big break there, honestly. Could have been a lot worse.
Ryan strikes after resetting.
Lefty, lefty. Strike open, strike open. So it looks like Mooney has been having issues last couple of shots on this left lane.
Three, 6-10 now for Cortez. Eddie Bird, bottom right of your screen, spare. 4-pin for his team up against strike spare currently in that match. Over on the bottom right, we got strike spare and spare strike. Opportunity for a double here for Nick Christie. Nice shot for Nick. Now Shay looking for a strike to set up Tim for the 6th frame. Shay up in the 5th here. Missed the head pin, but that one was perfect.
Sounds good.
12-pin lead possible here if Eric Pollock strikes on 28. Powers up right now in the 7th. Comes in high for 6-10. Now here's Tim looking for a double. See Chapman 10 pins, bottom right of your screen. So that's strike, spare, and a possible spare here for his team. They're staring at a double in the 2nd and the 3rd after a spare in the 1st. Now Aaron O'Brien up on the left lane gets the strike. Spare, spare strike for Bird and O'Brien. Eric Pollock through the nose now when he had an opportunity to take the lead there, but now we're looking like a tie match right now.
I'm seeing a trend a little bit here. One guy has one lane figured out and one guy doesn't. Pollock just got his first miss, and then Matt over on 29 doesn't seem too comfortable right now. Tim and Shay, 235 max versus Matt and Jason, 228 max, but Matt has not struck and Jason hasn't missed.
Ooh, solid 8 for Brandon Mooney. By the way, Mooney and Pollock, your number 9 seeds. Powers and Cortez, your number 16 seeds. Britton and Harper, your 13 seeds. Bittenbender and Barrett at 12. O'Brien and Bird were 14th coming in. Hanrahan and Bolds 11th. And Arcaro and Christie were 15th. Chapman and Sean Lavery Spar were 10th.
Wow, I thought that was right off his hand. Looks like he got a stronger ball to get around the corner there because he missed a head pin a couple times the first game on 29. Cortez. What's his first name? Do you know his first name?
Victor, I believe.
Victor Cortez. I don't think that's who Ryan Powers bowled with the year that they got second. Did he? I think he bowled with someone different.
Nice shot there from Shea. They take the lead over there.
Need to get Timmy to get a strike now. He hasn't struck yet this game.
There's a triple for Arcaro and Christie now. They are up 1-0, looking to close out the defending champions. Nice shot there by Powers. 2:14 left out there for Powers and Cortez. Pollock and Mooney, the best they can do is 2:03. Nick Christie now 4-bagger for he and his squad.
See if Matt can get his first strike this game. Yes, sir. Keeps it a 7-pin match going into the 8th frame for Tim, who also hasn't struck this match.
Also over here for Cortez, if he goes strike 9 spare, Pollock and Mooney can strike out and tie at 2:03. Needs a double and a 10th to shut him out. Nice shot there from Tim.
Great shot.
Trying to stay alive. 235 the max. 228 the max for Cortez.
Mike, your order's ready, Mike.
A little bit of microphone distractions, but these boys bowl for a living.
Brandon Mooney making Cortez show up here. Gotta have this one.
Looks good. Yes, sir.
It's beautiful.
There's
Again,
like no
Mooney and
pressure
Pollock
at
are up
all.
1-0. They bowled 250 the first game, 251.
All right, Shay. Keep the lead. Looking for a 3-bagger. Likes it. 10
Nice
back.
shot from Shea right there in the 9th.
It's got a hook. Grab 7. 192 with a spare there. That'll be game 3 on 27.
Yeah, actually 9 spare gets it done here for Cortez. 9 spare.
Oh, I guess you're right. I was thinking it was at 2-0. Oh my God. Oh, he was at 2-0.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, 192. Yeah, no, they're good. They're good.
God, you're off your game today. Did you not get much sleep?
No, I'm writing everything down, and I'm trying to call 4 matches at one time.
Oh, because I'm not here?
No, I'm just doing the math, and it says player 1, and they switch lanes. It doesn't say their actual team names up there. So I'm so used to lane talk and stuff these days, and it's all there for you.
We'll get, You know what? We'll make an adjustment next year. We'll get lane talk in just for you, okay?
So, yeah, just it's just like right now I look at the screen, and I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
we'll type in the
202,
names.
202 we had 202 was Powers and Cortez.
Yeah, we'll
and
get the names typed in next
Pollock
match.
and Mooney. Would they just have 191?
Yes, 191. That'll be a game 3. So our first game 3.
And here we've got double, needs a double and a 10 to lock them out.
Yep, to get a game 3 there as well. Pretty good. Flat 10. Flat 10 puts him at 214 with a spare and a strike. Matt can get the first one in good count
Yep, no lock
to
them
go
out.
2-0 against the best chemistry team in the field, Tim and Shay. And that'll be an early upset.
The other two matches are about halfway through game number 2. We'll go over there as soon as these finish up this one.
Oh, they switched lanes. I'm not a big fan of that.
Pollock and Mooney did switch lanes.
Oh, 10 pin from Matt, so it needs a conversion by Tim here, which
should be automatic.
No problem for Tim.
So he's make the 10 pin to stay in. They'll get the dub and even things up over here.
Jennifer, your order's ready, Jennifer.
Whew.
Shot by Chapman. I love that he didn't balk. He's just zoned in. That stuff shouldn't really bother you when you're out here bowling.
We'll go take a peek over there before we get final scores.
Hook. 2 pin from the Birdman.
And again, if you're just tuning in over here, Hanrahan and Bolts up 1-0, and Arcaro and Christie up 1-0 in these two matches.
Arcaro and partner are striking.
Nicole, your order's ready, Nicole.
I don't want to say that'll do it, but they got a big deficit with 3 frames to go from the defending champs.
Certainly is. $2.11 for Bitbender and Barrett. That's a win, 1-1.
Mooney and Pollock switching lanes. Usually in the format like this, you don't care about who finishes the 10th unless one guy just has so much better ball action. You just pick a lane, you stay comfortable in that lane, and whenever it goes to game 2 and then you become the 10th frame bowler, then you just need to show up. But to switch lanes and not have any shots on 28 for Mooney could hurt you a little bit if it doesn't work out early. Arcaro at the bottom of your screen looking for a double to take a huge lead. And he only gets a 2 pin. Big
pins.
break. Big break. Keeps your lead still because Sean missed in the 8th.
This is game 2 over here, everybody. Game 2, a little bit further behind the other bay.
Yeah, a lot lower scores over here. Not a lot of strikes going on besides Arcaro. This Packy's looking to pick up this 247 with a spare here. They have a 214 max. Birdman and O'Brien have 237 max. That's how I always tell scores. I know, like, when
I'm
you
with
see
you.
the telecast and it says like up 8, but one's on a strike and a spare. I still don't even get how they calculate that. I just look up and see what's the max score. All right, Nick Christie. The strike here will
Gets the strike. They're pacing
pretty much lock it
227.
up. A mark, and that's a win for them, and they will knock out the defending champs.
Yeah, and that's if Chapman and Sean Lavery Spar strike out. Yep.
Yes. Which Chapman has struck the last 2 shots. Austin striking the 8th after Packy's 247 conversion. They have 214 max to Eddie and Aaron's 237 max again.
Barry, your order's ready, Barry.
And that'll do it for the defending champs.
Arcaro and Christie going to move on.
I'd say that's a little bit of an upset. Christie and Arcaro are good bowlers, but I mean, you have the defending champs. They know how to win in this building.
Big shot here for Eddie. Gets it.
Good shot.
And in game number 3 here, winner stays, loser goes home. Right now.
The lefties switched lanes and looks like it worked.
Pollock and Mooney right now.
Bold move.
Early lead. And the other 2 teams squaring off here, and Bittenbender and Barrett and Britton and Harper, they are right now perfect through 2 frames.
Tim and Shea just always find a way to have some tight matches.
Aaron O'Brien on the bottom right of your screen right now, stepping up in the 9th frame, looking for a triple. Again, they can get into 230s. Aaron gets it. That one looks like it's about to go 3.
Pollock throws it really good.
Doesn't he?
He throws it so good.
You know he's a collegiate national champion, Wichita State.
Really?
Back in like 2000. Yep. Bowled with Matt McFadden, Tim Pinner, Casey Slaughter, Nick Vaughn,
I know some of
and
those
Mike
names.
Eaton.
I know some of those names. Yeah, Eric throws it really good. We crossed them game 1, and it was fun to watch. Austin needs to strike out in the 10th to force 9 spare 9 out of the Birdman on your small screen at the corner there.
Both players on the right side of our screen have left 3-pin combinations going high.
Which one's tougher there, the baby split or the 3-6-9-10?
I think 3-6-9-10 it might be harder. It's pretty close.
I would agree. Unless,
Tim chops off 3 out of 4.
Good shot by Austin.
196 the final score.
All right, we
for-
have our first advancers.
Yeah, Chapman and Lavery Spar. It's been fun covering them. They will not win this year, but another solid showing here this year. .224 for
right, Austin.
Arcaro and Christie.
Big shot here. This gets them into the 2 teams. This will force at least a mark and good count out of Eddie the Birdman.
Jamie, your order's ready, Jamie.
That looks a little steep.
Holds pocket.
Looks like, I'm pretty sure he's throwing a urethane ball. Oh,
Pollock
out the
airmailed
window.
that one. That was 100 miles an hour and left.
At least he leaves just the 3-7. Can still convert this. Someone like a shot maker like himself.
Bittenbender with the
Oh.
light mixing bucket.
Oh.
Call Colonel Sanders, everybody.
Oh. Lefties in a big lead. Even if Eric is not to convert this spare, they still have a pretty big lead with a 240 max on a miss compared to their opponent's 216 max.
Austin in the 10th down on your bottom right. He fills it up for 214.
Birdman needs 9 spare 9 to win by 1. He went 2-pin and then late wrap 10 strike.
And he needs to just not gas it and make sure that he doesn't give it too much business at the bottom. Other than that, I think he's okay.
I would agree. I bowled with Eddie one year. All right, there's the 9. 9 needs a spare, and then he just needs to repeat that shot.
Yep, he needs to spare it.
Flat 10 again.
And then needs 9. If he gets 8, they'll tie.
Good shot. The lane switch worked for them. I'll be honest, I wasn't a big fan of it, but obviously they knew something that I didn't.
Well, they're going at a 216 pace now.
Yep.
And there's still 216 left out on the board for a strikeout for Cortez.
Yep. All right.
Last call for Lincoln Dead
9 to win by 1. 8 is a tie. Anything less, they get knocked out 2-0 to Packy and Austin. Huge double here for Cortez. Has to have this one. This looks good. Bang. Bang.
Now the Birdman to force a game 3.
9. Needs 9. That's left the whole way. Brooklyn gets 9. Hate to see that if you're Packy in Austin.
And last call for Grayson Devitize.
Wow. Wowzer.
Runaway Brooklyn. 6-pin only.
I know what Eddie
win
was
by
trying
1.
to do there. I know what he was trying to do. That wasn't exactly what he was trying. He didn't do what he was trying to do.
No.
But I know what he was trying to do, and I can't say I disagree with the decision, but you just got to execute it. You got to execute it no matter what your game plan is. Here we go.
Yeah, they're locked in. That'll be a winner for the lefties. The lone. Is it the lone lefties? Let me check this bracket.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's the lone lefty team. So they could be a problem. They could be a problem.
Shea with a strike. Now they got a triple in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Britton and Harper need to match them. Strike here,
67 to 64.
Yeah, strike here keeps a 3-pin lead.
Jason, 9 spares last time out.
Mandy, your order's ready, Mandy.
The lane switch worked. The lefties move on. Good ball on by Cortez and Powers.
This one just getting underway over here. Just wanted to show you the score update. Packy looking to make it 4 for 4 for these two teams.
Yeah, it looked in a little bit.
Here's Tim now. Up in the 7th. Wrap
Good
10s.
shot.
Thanks, Dale.
All right, I would like to welcome all of the bowlers to the Springfield Youth Shootout. This is our first event of this magnitude for the Junior Gold qualifier. We want to wish you all the best of luck. We do have some sponsors that we need to acknowledge.
Oh, big Deadwood.
Yeah, just rolling on up here.
Classics, y'all.
Hey, just put a little carry down there. Just keep carrying. There we go. On the left and on the right. Doesn't happen all the time. And I don't know
Yeah,
if
but
I'd
it's not even because it's hitting like 1, 2 on the left, and it's
Yeah.
only hitting 5 on the right.
Yep,
So
that's true. Creating a little hold on the right side of the lane.
once
there.
again, they're trying to get the lefties, guys. You see how these right-handers
And he
do us.
missed that. I would not have thrown it a 10-pin
No,
with
while
a
it-
Deadwood spinning on the lane. That's just me.
I agree. I have ADHD. I would have been staring at it as I was walking.
234 left and 243 left now.
Another close match.
The money raised will go towards your prize fund, so the more money you raise, the more money we can pay.
Back over to Bird.
Oh my
Brooklyn
goodness.
strike.
Start with 10 minutes of practice.
Oh my goodness. It's frustrating to see. I bowled with Eddie. I think the second year we ran this event, and we got into match play, and he kind of got to that point too a little bit where got down the wire. He made a couple of not so great shots. I don't know what his clutch factor is like, but hopefully he can just get rid of that, get it out of his head, get back to being the good bowler that we know he is. You threw a Brooklyn, so what? On to the next.
Aaron O'Brien parlays it there with a strike.
Eddie's walking around, shaking his head. So I think he just needs to forget that he threw a bad shot. If he dwells on it, he's going to just do it again and again and again. It's part of bowling. Sometimes you get a break that you might not have deserved, but it's just how it goes. Packy 10 back.
By the way, there is a practice pair down there for the higher seeds to stay warm.
Yep.
And it's really close to the youth tournament that's happening. So the youth bowlers that are on the end pair are looking over to their right, and they've got Kyle Troop and Tommy Jones just warming
cool,
up
right?
next to them down there.
Pretty cool, right? They're like, why are you here? Are you bowling the Junior Gold qualifier?
Zach Wilkins as well. I guess I should give some due respect. And Spencer, Keplinger, all of them are down there.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of superstars down there.
Bud Kroll.
Love it. All right, Austin. Little steep again. I think it's just going to lay there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my God. I mean, Eddie Bird goes Brooklyn, 6-pin to win by 1. And then he goes Brooklyn in the middle of a 4-bagger, and Austin pocket 7-10s. I mean, this game is so brutal.
Oh,
my
how
God.
did that not fall?
The mixer, 4-10, 4 into the 10, doesn't get it to fall. Huge shot here from Matt, who missed a 10-pin the last frame. That looks pretty good. 234 max to 223 max.
There's that shot again.
I mean, that's just dirty. The Wally 4 misses the 10.
Eddie strikes on the right lane.
Birdman gets up there. Short-term memory. Memory? Hard word to say, apparently.
So here's Shea now. They can strike out for 223.
Yep. That forces a double.
Yep, 234, the max for Britton and Harper.
Well, yeah, strike 9 spare would be a tie if he strikes out. Looks a little right. Yeah, it was right. Still not over. Still not over. Converts that and strikes in the fill ball, forces 9 spare strike for the win for Harper and Britton. You know, Shea's not missing the 10 pin.
Brian, your order's ready, Brian.
Good spare by Aaron O'Brien. 279 max to 246 max. Pocket 710 by Austin. You get that to fall, and it's a 1-pin match. The Brooklyn doesn't carry for Eddie in the middle of a 5-bagger. And
So if Packy and Austin strike out for 246,
yep.
do you think they win this game?
I think it'll come down to Birdman or whoever's in the 10th needing a double. I think they're going to miss one more time at least, just because Eddie's thrown a couple shots that haven't been great. And then the bowling gods are always there, right? He gets a Brooklyn to strike, so maybe wraps a 10.
So 212, the posted score for Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender. Harper and Britton now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a problem. 6, 7, 10 in the 10th frame.
It's a loss.
Shea and Tim advance.
It's a loss.
Wow. 212 is going to be a winner there. Here's Eddie, strikes.
Good shot by Eddie.
Yeah, nice comeback there.
Much better. You know, threw a couple shots weren't great. Get back to the process, make 2 really good ones to redeem yourself. Still not over yet, though.
No, this shot here for Aaron O'Brien is massive. They need a double somewhere to pretty
Yep.
much clinch this thing for the most part. If they
Right,
if
yeah.
they mark out, they need a double somewhere to do it. And right here could be it, right? I mean, they still have to avoid an open frame, but if he doubles here and they just spare out, they win.
And he went 10 pin. I didn't see what kind of 10 pin. If it was flat, wrap. Looks in a little bit. Yeah. 2,
Uh-oh,
8, 10.
it's game on here, 2, 8, 10. And
The
that,
good thing for them, it is on a strike, so he can get 2 here to save some count. That is huge, because now they're in the 240s as well.
all right, gets 2. So that changes things a little bit here now. So going at a 2:07 pace are Bird and O'Brien. They can max at 2:47. 2:27 pace, excuse me, 2:27 pace for these guys. Strike for Packy, they can bowl 2:46.
So I'm going to give you guys just a little bit of insight of who Packy Hammerhand is and who he used to be. When Packy first started getting really good at bowling in matches, he was not afraid to chirp and kind of call someone out if they got a bad break or a good break or something like that. It would kind of fuel him a little bit, where he would kind of stare him down and be like, come on, you know. Nothing out of him now. Just gets up there, does his job, makes a shot, tells Austin, come on, let's put some pressure on them. That's just the growth in the bowler that Packy is now. He's not going to let it shake him and rattle him like it used to. It used to get to him a little bit, and it would kind of fire him up. Now he just knows, hey, it's all going to work out one way or another. Make a couple good shots.
Austin gets the
Oh.
light mixer right here. This has become a match right
Let's
here.
go.
Sets up Packy for the 10th frame. Here we
One
go.
pin match.
The Birdman on the right lane. Can he ace this shot?
The last 2 have been money.
Can he ace this shot?
Last 2 have been absolute money.
We've seen so many times too when you
What's his
carry
clutch factor here?
carry a Brooklyn, sometimes the carry gods come back and get you. Let's
Yep.
see if Eddie can get all 10 right here. He's in.
Left.
That's in.
That's
Brooklyn
3.
again.
I mean,
That's 2 Brooklyns for Eddie on the right lane.
and Packy had a front row seat for that. But Aaron, 2-8-10 last shot on this lane, so
This is coming down to it here. There's a lot of drama in this one. We got 247, 246 left. Down to the anchor guys. Down to the anchor players. Aaron O'Brien.
versus Packy Hanrahan.
Yeah, and Aaron, you know, if anything here, normally a bowler will make sure he's going to make this ball hook. He's not leaving a 2-pin on this one. Will he try to overhook it?
It looks in.
Gets the light mixer.
I mean, sometimes the stars just align.
The light
2
mixer.
Brooklyns, light mixer, pocket 710 on your opponent.
Oh,
Sometimes
my.
it just, fate has other plans for you.
Will Aaron? Will he?
He's got to get his ball to face up here.
Yeah.
He's got to get his ball to
So
face up here.
that was about 7 left at the arrows from the shot where he 2-8-10.
Yeah.
So if he's probably like 3 right at the arrows on this next one, it's probably 10 back.
Yeah.
Right, because it'll shape.
Yeah.
Right. If he's 5 right of where he just put it, he could 2-pin again or worse.
Amy Lynn, your order's ready. Amy Lynn.
Here we go. Aaron O'Brien.
If anything,
Wow.
he tries to overhook it, cuts
That's
it
pretty
off.
good.
It's better.
That looked good off his hand and almost 7-10s. Gets 9.
And now, Packy Hanrahan. The spare's
very important.
The spare's
It
big. 'cause
is.
if he
Otherwise,
misses-
strike 9 spare. We got a possibility of a tie.
Yes.
He's got to make it for Packy to have to double.
I mean, out of all the people in the field that you want bowling the 10th frame, Packy's top 3 choice
Yeah.
probably.
Oh yeah.
Just kind of depending on the situation, but Packy is very good in these
He's
moments
ready to
now.
bowl. I mean, Aaron's throwing at the 10-pin still, and Packy's going through his pre-shot routine right now.
Big spare here.
Aaron
All
gets
right.
it. That was massive.
Double.
Packy Hanrahan's got to
Double.
have a double here.
Double and 1.
Posted score 236 for Bird and O'Brien.
Double and 1. And Packy has missed once this game in the second frame.
We are doing 1 lane courtesy, 1 lane
We got a lot of announcements going on right now.
Respect.
Doesn't bother Packy at
No,
all.
it won't.
Oh, and he wraps sevens again.
I mean,
For the bracket
that's where
play
bowling is
final.
tough.
Renee
Not
Harrell's
saying
are up.
Eddie and
Good luck.
Aaron aren't deserving of that because they're bowling well, but I mean, you have 2 Brooklyns in there. You have a pocket 7. That's just a tough beat. I mean,
It really is.
that's a tough beat.
It really is.
That was a really good shot by Pack. And that's going to send them packing. No pun intended.
And we were talking about the announcements too. Packy's the guy that wants people to be making noise on television,
Yeah.
right? So that doesn't bother him at all.
That's if it's consistent, you know.
You're right,
The
yeah.
whole announcement, he can just go.
Yeah, he's good. And
He
you
threw
know,
a great shot. I mean,
He did. He wrapped a couple sevens over here, and
he's going to go Brooklyn and say something. Oh, that'll carry.
and Eddie and Packy and all these guys, they know that that's just bowling, and that's what happens sometimes. But Packy is
He's got some things to say.
He's going outside for just a second.
He's got some things to say. I mean, that was a bad beat. That was a bad beat. Well, with that being said, we are now on to round 2, where the 9 through 12 seeds will be bowling. They got not 9 through 12. The 5 through 8 seeds get their 1 round bye. They're going to come in and throw 2 balls of practice on each lane, as you can hear it. I'm going to go make a phone call real quick. Mike?
All right, we'll see you in a minute,
Don't
Kevin.
miss me too much.
So, folks, there you go. I'll get all this reset here and update my graphic. These matches, I mean, when it comes, the elimination matches are awesome in bowling because there's so much on the line. And in that particular case, Eddie Bird and Aaron O'Brien, maybe they can parlay it onto victory, perhaps here at our Springfield doubles shootout. All right, let's add this. Let's add in this new graphic, and just like that, here we are, bracket round of 8. Welcome everybody back to our 2024 Springfield doubles shootout. Let's bring in our other pair. Let's get rid of Kevin Williams in the booth as he leaves for a minute to make a phone call. And welcome to practice. All of a sudden, that quick. Top left here, front and center, Spencer Robarge and Ryan Barnes. Taking on Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett. And on the upper right side of your screen, Alec Keplinger and Brandon Biondo taking on Pollock and Mooney. And for those of you who don't know, Pollock and Biondo actually bowled the holiday doubles together. And now here they are facing off right here. How about that? How about that? All right, I'm going to invert. 27 and 28. Cam Crow and Boog Kroll. They are taking on Chris Arcaro and Nick Christie. Right side of your screen, Jared Thompson, the house mouse, and Kyle Troop taking on Eddie Bird and Aaron O'Brien. So the winners of these matches, we have 4 more teams still waiting in the wings. The winner of the Keplinger-Biondo match will bowl Cruz and Holloman. The winner of the Robarge-Barnes match will take on Rice and Garcia. The winner of the Thompson-Troop match will take on Albrecht and Wilkins. And the winner of the Crow-Kroll match will take on Jones and Jones, Tommy Jones and Eric Jones. Will be Jonesin'. Whew. That was a tough loss. I want to welcome in all 662 viewers. Again, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Columbia 300, Brunswick, and Track. Also Springfield Coring and Cutting, Been Crazy, Classics Yard, Enterprise Park Lanes, and the Greater Ozark Bowling Tournament. Also, folks, if you're just here for the first time, maybe you're just hopping in here, we're Inside Bowling. We have a YouTube channel here that you're watching on, and if you have not subscribed, we certainly would appreciate you subscribing, liking this video as well, sharing, telling your friends also if you don't mind. That's what we like to encourage you to do here. That's the fee. It doesn't cost anything to watch, but if you could do those things, it helps us out. And then also we sell bowling balls, bags, shoes, accessories, all those things at InsideBowling.com. We have our pro shop on there. If you need something, look us up. We'd love to have the opportunity for your business. And we do ship out every single day through our 5 distributors throughout the country. And in addition to that, we also make merch in St. Louis. We make it ourselves. And you can save 15% off of the products that we manufacture ourselves. We don't manufacture the goods, but we make them made to order. And you can do that at InsideBowling.com also and use that coupon code YouTube. We got some new dry fit hoodies that we put on at a really cheap price point, $32. I'm wearing one this weekend, and we'd love for you to hop in and support what we're doing if you can. I know the economy right now is not amazing. A lot of people lost a bunch of money in the stock market last week, including yours truly right here. But hey, you know what? If you have an opportunity to support, we do appreciate it. Just by being here, though, you're supporting as well. So feel good about that. Practice underway here just for a few minutes, and don't pay attention to the scores that are going in up there. And we'll get this thing kicked off and rolling here in just a moment. Who we got, folks? Who's going to win this thing? Aaron O'Brien looks like he might be bowling now. This might be starting the match. Nobody's told me, but I think that's what we got going on here. So here we go. Round of 8 underway. Pollock also up on the approach, ready to go. Let's go over and check in on EP. Walking it out. Shea Bittenbender going to get things started for he and Tim Barrett over on lane 35. I believe a lot of the reason, too, why Shea bowls on the left lane is he gets deeper than Tim, and then he doesn't have to contend with the ball return. That's probably why they do that. Alec Keplinger, our first look at Kep. Beautiful shot. Just a reminder, I know he's probably tired of everybody saying this, but he is Sandra Jo Shiree's son, PWBA Hall of Famer. Brandon Biondo. Up now, our first look at Brandon, bowling with Kep. Ring 10. Here's Ryan Barnes now. See Troop bottom right of your screen striking. Barnes playing right up at him. Super hard. Mooney leaves the 7-pin. Stepping away for 20 seconds. All right, I'm back. Talking to Packy for a minute here. Again, it's a best of 3, race to 2. Ryan Barnes up on the right lane. That looks pretty good. There you go. Throwing urethane, I believe that is. It's got to be. I didn't go down and look at the ball, but it looks like urethane. Robar's looking for a triple here. Eric Pollock. Their team's going at a Dutch pace, but Eric's doing all the striking right now. Keplinger and Biondo. Strike, spare, double. Watch a couple shots here, and we'll go back down to the other end. Nice shot from Spencer Robars, right here from Springfield, the local boy. Highly decorated Team USA bowler as well. Junior team. Also. Pollock. Oh, that one did not look good off his hand. I'm going to jump out of here and bounce over here. The boogeyman, there he is. They're looking to open up with an opening 4-bagger. Man, that release of Bug Kroll, my goodness. Oh, God, he's so good at the bottom. Oh, he and Cam Crow. Arcaro and Christie, their opponents. And Aaron O'Brien, 2 8-10s again. Saw it in the last match, he and Eddie Bird taking on Troop and Thompson.
Lindsay, your order's ready, Lindsay.
Who wants to bowl? Anybody want to bowl today? We got Brandon Biondo. Let's see. Nick Christie's going to bowl. Strike. Or spare triple. Through the nose for a 9-10. Let's take a look at Jared Thompson. Kyle Troop overshadows Jared, but they won the Nightmare Doubles together. These guys love bowling together. Jared, a great player. They're really underrated. Ryan Barnes with a strike now as well, so he and Spencer working on 290. And Shay and Tim. Hey, it's a house shot tournament, and Ryan Barnes is making it far.
Huh?
It's a house shot tournament, and you're bowling.
It's not a house shot.
Well, I know, that's the thing. Okay, it's not a 2-to-1 ratio, and you're bowling good. That's true. It's not a house shot. It's 4.5 to 1. But I guess the point that I'm making is there's extreme dry, and then there's extreme oil. And if you don't get it going the right way, you leave a lot of different combos. I should have said a cliff. Hey, look, we're bowling on a cliff, and Ryan Barnes has made it far. I'm happy to see it. Happy to see it. The Birdman. Ooh, that was better than a 4-pin, I thought. Watch Bug Kroll here. Stuffs the 9. And that didn't look as pure as the one before, to be honest. But, I mean, he still put it in a 1-3 with authority. Uh-oh, Eddie misses the 2-pin. It's on the floor over here. Tim with the open frame now. So these two matches right here, Brandon Biondo has a chance to put a stranglehold on this one. Let's see. Yep, 10 back for Brandon Biondo, and Tim and Shea in trouble here against Barnes and Robarge. Brandon Mooney stuffs the 8-pin.
All right, Mike, let's get into some predictions here. Who do you got winning these matches? We didn't talk about it the first match. I want to know who you think's going to win or who you want to win, if you want anyone to win.
I don't necessarily need anybody to win here.
Okay.
I mean, I got to go with Boog and Cam. Troop and Thompson.
Okay.
I think the Robarge Barnes Bittenbender Barrett match is going to be a coin flip. And then I also think the Keplinger Biondo Pollock Mooney match is a coin flip. I kind of like Pollock Mooney just because I've known Eric for a long time and I always root for the oldest guys left. I kind of root for Bird as well, just BBA 50 guy.
Nice.
But that's just a personal preference. But I like all these teams. I have no rooting interest, really.
So, some insights of these matches. Boog and Cam. Cam said he was a little frustrated. He said he turned 830 into 750 this morning. Felt like they could have had more. They missed a 2-round bye by 20 pins. They're bowling against a team that knocked out the defending champs, which is, some would say that's an underdog battle right there. And then you got Kyle Troop, top 3 in the world for the last 5 years, who is crushing them, bowling against what they call the house mouse. Bowling on not house, because this isn't house. And they're striking early. Bowling against a team that might have the lucky. Bye, dude. Safe travels. Thanks for coming. Appreciate the whole weekend. Let me know when you get home. Yep. Saying bye to Pack, my dog. And you got the youngsters, Spencer and Ryan, which they re-entered last night. That's how they got to 420 over. And I think a majority of that was Spencer's doing. And then the same with Biondo and Keplinger. Keplinger gave him like plus 20, and Biondo went 350 over or something super crazy. So
Brandon's a very underrated player.
He's good. He's just got, the thing about Brandon is he's got 2 insane tricks that not many people can mimic, and they usually always match up one or the other. He has the super slow, steep like he's doing right now, float through the fronts, or he could move 25 right and throw it 1,000 up 7. And those, one of the 2 is always going to be in play when you come to tournaments like this. So they get off to a hot start, 259 early on, assuming he strikes here.
Don't count the lefties out, though.
No, definitely am not going to do that.
Yep.
But that was, a quick match. 259, get right to it. Well, 257 because he didn't really try there. Ryan Barnes, son of, you probably don't know him.
Linda Barnes.
Linda Barnes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Son of Linda Barnes. The best bowler of the family. Cam converts the 10-pin. So earlier, if you guys were tuned in to the first round, I briefly talked about how Boog came up to me and kind of asked on opinion of what to do around games 3-4, that he kind of struggled through the transition, didn't really know where to go. That is right now. I would say the transition where he struggles at is right wherever they're bowling right now, because we have 1 match under our belts on these pairs. This is where the transition period comes in. So I'm curious to see how Boog is going to handle this, because from what Cam told me this morning, he's striking. So Boog might be the one that has to kind of figure out a little bit more than Cam. And I got food, so I'm going to go eat. So I talked to you for about 2 minutes.
Okay, goodbye. And this guy's just in and out. All right. So we got Keplinger and Biondo 257 to 203. Robarge and Barnes going to be in the 260s, it looks like. 260, possibly 9. Tim and Shea are going to have to come back strong here. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. Same for Biondo, or excuse me, same for Pollock and Mooney. This match is just about over there. So not really close contest at all here. 246, Kyle can finish out for he and Thompson. It's going to be 242, it looks like. 243, actually. 243. For Troop and Thompson. Aaron O'Brien, Eddie Berg getting some practice shots in here. Eddie strikes out for 215. 215. 243, 215 there. Robars and Barnes right in front of us, bowl 269. To Shea and Tim's 177. And Boog and Cam possibly going to be in the 230s. I thought Kevin was going to get food, but now he's giving Boog bowling balls. 180, whoa, 185 for Arcaro. '86 the final total there. And Boog with a ball change, 236. So again, Kroll and Crow, 236, 186. They're up 1-0. Kyle Troop and Thompson are up 243 to 215. They're up 1-0 over Bird and O'Brien. Down here, we got Tim and Shea are down 1-0 to Robars and Barnes, and Keplinger and Biondo have the lead 1-0 over Pollock and Mooney. And look at this over here. Pollock and Mooney come back with a big triple, but Biondo and Keplinger, they don't care. We see your triple, and we'll match it right now. And don't forget, we got 4 more teams coming up in the next round. Tommy Jones and Eric Jones. Also, Albrecht and Wilkins, Rice and Garcia, and Cruz and Holloman. What an afternoon of bowling here. I want to welcome in the most viewers we've had so far. The answer to the Calcutta question is 12. So these teams and moving forward all good in the Calcutta. Man, Brandon has just got it going on. We got 2 Brandons on the right side of the screen, so I'll just call it out Biondo. And he's throwing 5 at Pollock and Mooney, Brandon, and Alec Keplinger. These guys are just firing, man. They are firing. 257 the first game. The price of poker's gone up, and you've got Robars and Barnes over here firing off 269 the first game at Tim and Shea. But you got to be careful with Tim and Shea. They'll bite you. They're like a snake. You got to watch them. If you don't watch them, all of a sudden you're getting bit with venom. You just got to watch out for these guys. I've seen it far too many times. Hello. That gray cap just makes him look so innocent, striking down there out of Kep. And there's Tim. When it's go time, it's go time. And a little flat 10 there for Tim. Mooney keeps it going. Look at this. Front 6 apiece. Kidding me. You're kidding me, kid. You're kidding me. Troop, little 4-pin. That lane's starting to go. And we're using these pairs the rest of the way. So as they transition, Tommy Jones is walking around scouting pairs already. Cam Crow's super pumped that he picked the 7-pin. Nick Christie doesn't know what the hell's going on right now, but he's just going to go up and try to throw a strike. These two games are quite a bit behind the others. I'm going to go back down here. I mean, this is a slugfest here. This is Rocky. This is Rocky versus Drago over here on 37 and 38. Brandon Biondo. Oh, wrap 10. He's cut. He's cut, ladies and gentlemen. Biondo is cut. Let's see if Pauly can capitalize here. These two guys are doubles partners at the Holiday Doubles. They have the utmost respect for one another. They know each other's games so well. Pollock kind of stepped out of it. Fortunate to get 9. And looked like Pollock, with the sign that he gave us there, looked like his feet were going a little too quick. That's the sign that we get from Pollock. He was showing the sign that he was just going too quick. And that can happen. The adrenaline gets pumping. You rush to the line, and therefore your swing goes to hell, and suddenly your feet are at the foul line, and your ball ain't there yet. So it forces you to pull it down and tug the ball, and you go high on those shots. Unless there's a puddle in the middle and it just goes 60 feet. And then you go, oh, I meant to do that. There we go, a little 4-pin cover there for Eric Pollock. Got an even Steven tie ball game over on 37 and 38. Again, if you're just tuning in, these are best of 3 matches, and right now Pollock and Mooney are down 1-0 to Keplinger and Biondo. Ryan Barnes with the 10-pin conversion here. And in all the action and trying to keep up with everything, I did not see that Tim missed the 10-pin. I did not see that miss. We got a lot of people coming and going here from the booth trying to say goodbye and that, and it's a lot going on here. Here we go, Keplinger. Boom. I'm super impressed with Alex. He's killing it right now. Spencer stuffs an 8. And you got to love this if you're Tim and Shea. These guys aren't bowling 260 at you again. Brandon trying to shoot the 10 down now. They are trailing in that match. Troop, some sort of messenger went flying across in front of the 10 and missed it. Must have been the head pin. They're staring at a double right now in their face. And don't look now, but Arcaro and Christie are right in this match here with Boog and Cam. Shea up on 35. Money ball. Money ball. Here's Brandon looking for a double. This is huge. This is huge. Oh, little flat 10. I saw something coming across. Now, is Pollock going to be able to keep his feet underneath him here and execute a shot? On 38, is he going to be able to do this here? .268 the max for Pollock and Mooney. .249. Excuse me, .259 the max for Brandon. And Pollock goes Brooklyn on the right lane. Here comes Ryan Barnes. Great shot, setting up Spence. These are both going to come down to it here. These are both going to be great matches. .268, .259 the max. As Keplinger can bowl .259 here in the 10th for he and Brandon Biondo. Brandon Mooney can bowl .268 with Eric Pollock. Again, they're going to need this game, otherwise they get eliminated. So Alec going to go and bowl first. Spencer sending pins. I could just go ahead and repeat myself saying that and just hit the button every time he bowls, but I'm stating the obvious here. Alec up in the 10th, put on some pressure. Oh, almost a 710, leaves just the 7, so they're going to be in the 240s now, 248 the max. So that means that Brandon Mooney, if he goes spare strike, he could bowl 248. So that means he needs the first one to shut them out. He's got to have the first one. If he doesn't have the first one, we have that possibility of a tie. There's a strike. 1-1. 1-1. 1-1 over here. All right. All right. All right, Pollock and Mooney. All right. 1-1. Tim and Shea. What a shot by Bittenbender now. He's starting to heat up. 267 the max for those guys. 247 the max for Barnes and Robarge. Let's roll over here. What's happening here? Low scoring contest on 29 and 30. Nick Christie right now leaves the 210, puts them in a bit of a situation here now. They had control of this one. He and Arcaro, they can now max out for 266. 234 the max right now for Crow and Kroll, as they're having a little bit of problems. And a 2-8 for Arcaro there. That one's starting to get a little interesting again. Now, Robarge here, this is the match right here on 35 and 36. Spencer delivers. 247, again, the max for these guys. Tim's had a little bit of carry issues here. He's playing them pretty safe here. His strike percentage is about 75% right now. He can leave some 10 pins. He needs to knock them all down here. Tournament life depends on it right now. Pollock with a nice shot there on the left lane. They're in game number 3, folks. That's game number 3 over there. All the other matches are still in game number 2. Tim, huge shot, 9th frame for Barrett. Gets it to roll off the end of the pattern. Beautifully placed ball, 6 into the 10 for Tim. 267 left on the board for these guys. Keplinger getting things rolling on the right lane. First frame, boom. 10 back, no problem. Spank you very much. Shea with the money ball. That's going to do it. It's going to even things up there. 1-1. 1-1. What a shot there, these guys. These guys are tough outs in tournaments. I don't care who you are. Your name could be Belmonte, Simonson, or Tackett. These guys are going to be tough in an event like this against the greatest bowlers in the world. And they're bowling 2 great ones with Barnes and Robarge. Now Brandon Biondo doing his best Pete Weber impersonation, giving a little half chop there to the pins. Mooney's up like immediately to bowl. And leaves a 7. One more shot for Shea. We're going to bounce out of here. Beautiful shot, 10 back. It's the reason why this guy is also a collegiate national champion. Many say he would win on tour if he'd have gone after it. Cam Crow, left lane, through the face. These guys are in trouble in game 2. They're going to have to go to game 3. Christie and Arcaro battling back here. What's Kyle Troop doing here? Look at this match now. Look at this one. 1-pin match right here. Troop up in the 9th. He's not even going to anchor the squad. He's going to let Jared handle the right lane like he has, and now Troop gets 2 steep and 2 10s. Again, Troop and Thompson are up 1-0 right now in this one. Both matches on the bottom right of your screen are even Steven. 266 was the final score for Tim and Shea. 266 in that game. So it was 269 for Spencer and Ryan in game 1. And Troop makes the spare, by the way. Just nonchalantly, no problem. And Nick Christie here. They just need to stay clean the rest of the way, and they're gonna even this one up against Boog Kroll and Cameron Crow, and that's a strike. That'll do that one there. 202, excuse me, 192 the max score. 193 would be the magic number for Arcaro and Christie. Eddie Bird up on the right lane, trying to stay in this one. Comes in light for a bucket. I think that's a full bucket, as a matter of fact. 6. Nope, 7. 8 did fall out. Okay. So he can bowl. They can bowl 190, and Troop and Thompson can bowl 189. This one here is what we call a barn burner. That one there is just a knockdown, drag out fight at the OK Corral. They are torched over there. They are having some problems. You get it a little wide early, you're through the face, you start to chase it in, and Kyle leaves a 210. It might be the difference in the match, converting that 210, and Eddie buckets. Difference in that match, you got a righty-lefty matchup and 2 right-handers in Bird and O'Brien. Bird and O'Brien, though, it might be their day. They've had a couple of breaks here so far through the bracket. Boog Kroll back on it. That's a good sign for Team Kroll. Now Aaron O'Brien. Situation is this: they strike out. Aaron O'Brien strike out. They're gonna even it up. They're gonna go to game 3. Anything less, there can be a tie or a win for Troop and the House Mouse, and that is a light mixer. We saw that in the closeout game over here on lanes 35 and 36 in the last round from O'Brien. His first shot in the 10th went light. Was able to mix him up for a strike. Hit the 1-3. Cam Crow strikes. Let's bounce for a second. Let's check in over here. There's your final score. 236 for 235. Excuse me, 235 for Barnes and Robars. 1-1 in that contest. Let's take a look at Pollock and Mooney. 280 max score, but right now that would not be enough. 300 so far, the max score through 5 frames for Keplinger and Biondo. Man, these guys are just bowling so good right now. It's a shame they had to bowl each other in this round, isn't it? Pollock down and through it, puts the arm out for balance, sticks the shot down until the ball hits the pins, and that's 10 back in the pit. Here is now Cam Crow, 10th frame. He's just getting lined up for game number 3 is what he's doing. Aaron O'Brien gets the second one in the 10th. I missed it as we were switching cameras. Aaron O'Brien, right here, he gets 9. Kyle Troop would have to strike out to tie. If he gets 8, Kyle Troop can strike out to win. If he gets a strike, we're going to game number 3. Huge shot here for O'Brien, even if it is for only 190. And he gets all of them. Looks like the 2-pin was standing late, but a clutch performance in the 10th frame. Aaron O'Brien, I don't care how you get it done. When the scores are that low, to go up in the 10th frame and deliver as the anchor player, good on you, Aaron O'Brien. That one's going 3. Woo! I'm telling you, this might be Eddie Bird and Aaron O'Brien's tournament, everybody. And these opponents are just ridiculous. I mean, this whole bracket's loaded. Whoever takes home the trophy and the money, I'm telling you right now, they're going to earn this one. And here's old Kep. Kep with the baseball cap on. Jumping in front of the ball return. 1 foot next to the ball return. 1 in front of the ball return. Shoulders open, hips open, feet open. Feeding that ball to the right. Giving it time to hook. Look at this. Look at the amount of boards covered. And he Brooklands. And Brandon Biondo is back here running it out, pumped up about that. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tim and Shane know they're going to have their hands full here, and Tim's just back with another strike. No problem. 190 the posted score for Crow and Kroll, and again they are gonna have it evened up here. Christie and Arcaro 235. That's a W there. We're going 3 there as we mentioned, and 178 for Thompson and Troop. 190 gets the win there. We're in game 3. All 4 of these matches are going 3 games, and we've got one that's going to end before any of them. And it's this match here on the right where Pollock has now not struck. Shea gets the light mixer. He's pre-adjusting over on 35. He doesn't want to go high. That one there was a little, the ball deflected, but still knocked them all down. And now here's Pollock. He's got 6 count here. It's important to cover all 4 here, otherwise you're in trouble. and he does not get the 7 to go. So these guys are in a little danger now. 244 the max, and of course Kep and Biondo are going after 3 bills here. And now Ryan Barnes is extremely deep on the lane, and that was a beautiful shot. I mean, holy cow. Talk about trust in what you're doing there. That is impressive. Brandon Mooney to keep his team somewhat alive and still in this thing. But I'll tell you what, if Brandon strikes here in the 8th, you're probably going to see some. No, you're not probably going to. You're going to see some emotion from Biondo. B squared up right here. Left lane, 37. In between the 3rd and 4th arrow. Messenger doesn't take it out. He's all right with it. Still 279 to max. Again, their opponents can only bowl 244. Right now, things are looking good. Need to mark out over there. Spencer sending pins. Oh, 7-pin does not connect. So they are the first team to not strike on 35 and 36. Now, is Tim due for one of these little half tins? He hasn't left one in a while. He's got his ball finishing well. His execution right now is pretty solid. I watched Tim bowl back in February. I talked to him yesterday about it a little bit. He said, yeah, I was kind of burnt out. I wasn't throwing it good back in February. That was kind of towards the end of when things weren't good. He goes, but I've been bowling good recently. I feel really good. Just to take you inside the mind there of Tim Barrett. He's feeling good out there right now. There's Boog on the bottom right. That's his first shot there in the game number 3. Pollock up here, trying to set up Brandon for a chance, just to try to keep things going here. It doesn't look good for those guys, but they're at least still have the mathematical life. Troop strikes, Boog with the 2-8. Everybody else is struck on 27 and 8 except for Boog in this game. Boog covers the 2-8, hooking at it. All right, back over here. Keplinger. Now remember, he went Brooklyn on the last shot over here on this lane, okay? He went Brooklyn for a strike. That's not ideal in this game, okay? No Brooklyn there, leaves the half 10. Okay, let's look at this here. So 218, 238. Let's give them 257 if they go 9 spare, 9 spare. 9 actually would be 256. And the best Pollock and Mooney can do is 244. And Shea comes back with another strike. Whew, man, I need a break. Oh, Keplinger. What is going on here? There is life right now. There is life, ladies and gentlemen. There's a heartbeat right now for Brandon Mooney in the 10th frame. There's a heartbeat. I'm not telling you that he's going to stay alive. But he's got a little life here, okay? 257 the max for Biondo here. Okay. Right now the magic number is 245. So he's got to fill 18, or he's got to fill 19 as a matter of fact. So that's 237, right? So he needs 8 on 2 balls, right, to win. But hey, Alec, you got to clean that up on the right lane, okay? You got to clean that up. Spencer. Oh, almost a 7-10. Brandon is just throwing his strikes, praying for like a Greek church. Right now, a Greek church, that's kind of what you need, or a 3-6 or 3-4-6-7-10. But Brandon is going to probably just throw a rocket. I'm guessing rocket at the pocket. No, he's hooking it. Okay, that's enough. Nice bowling, Brandon and Alec. You guys are moving on. Nice job, guys. Nice job. Nice job. Meanwhile, Tim yet to bowl here.
Brandon, your order's ready.
if you're Robarge and Barnes right now, you got to be saying, how are these guys beating us right now? I mean, they're just destroying the pocket. I mean, they really are. Both teams are in fuego right now as far as execution is concerned. Take a look here. Kyle Troop after the open frame from Jared Thompson up on the left lane. This is when Troop really comes up big. Watch how much he gets that left to right in the front part of the lane. And there it is. That's Kyle Troop. I mean, that's vintage Kyle Troop. That is it. Tim strikes on the right lane. So they're still perfect through 6. If you are Robarge and Barnes fans right now, you got to be sitting here saying to yourself, all right, my boys are bowling good. They're an elimination game right here. These 2 guys from St. Louis who bowl everything together, who are tough outs in any tournament. We need them to start having some carry issues because they're not going to have any execution issues, right? That's what you need. Oh, and just as I mentioned that, Shea either missed it at the bottom, something was off at the bottom because you could tell off Shea's hand, and boom, that's the break that you needed. That's the opening that you needed if you're Barnes and Robarge. And Ryan Barnes, he's already up. Here I am. I'm ready to go. Going to start my pre-shot routine here in just about T-minus 3 seconds, Shea. Shea might make it, though. This dude's awesome. Watch this. Nope, not on this oil pattern. Caught too much of the oil. So now an opening here for Barnes. Just take a quick glance over here. These are also best of 3 matches. A little bit slower pace over here. Cameron Crowe's starting to get in a spot here where he needs to throw some strikes for his partner, Boog Kroll, and Boog's going to have to figure it out quick here. All right. This match here is the one that's got me most intrigued. I'm closest to it, too. I have no favorites in this right now, but this is a high-scoring contest. These guys here, they just keep pummeling the pocket. Shea made a bad shot on his last one. Ryan right here. Boom. Boom. He just said, let's go to Spencer. He said, let's go. Nick Christie. Been impressed with his game, too. Look at that. He's playing about as tight as you can on this pattern. He is not sending it all. How about the house mouse? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Kyle. I see your strike. Let's make it a double. Let's parlay this into a triple. Let's go. Let's do it. That's what they need. Arcaro, he's tough, too. Man, they're all tough. Everybody left is tough. Here's Spence. Is he going to get the 7 and the 10 out this time? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I bowled to Springfield here at Enterprise quite a bit, guys. This is my house. Arcaro, a little 4-pin over there. So for Boog and Cam right now, they now have an opportunity to start parlaying some strikes and get right back into this one. You got Troop on 29. And watch the left to right here again by Troop. So good. Watch this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. He gave him the shimmy. He gave him the little on the side of it there. And Tim strikes now in the right lane. Here we go. 266 left here, out here. 266 for Shea and Tim. 259 for Barnes and Robarge. Can Shea redeem himself after the last shot? Just like Harry Dunn and Lloyd Christmas and Dumb and Dumber, how could you go and make such a bad shot and totally redeem yourself? He just did. All right. The boogeyman's got to do it here. I mean, this is it. I mean, this guy's a 2-time PBA champion this year. He can't mess around anymore. It's time to throw one. Yes, sir. That's about as good as you can. That's it. That was a medium 5 for Cam, but a high 5 for Boog, by the way. Barnes, bottom right of your screen, sends the messenger, takes the 10 down. And a little slap there with his buddy Spencer. They rode up together, I'm sure. All right, Aaron O'Brien wraps that 10-pin. Boy, that game there, that's a tough one over there, too. They are Bird and O'Brien. Woo! Troop and Jared Thompson. Cam. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Here comes the Cam, man. 10th frame now for Robarge to apply the heat, to put the heat on here. He's got the flames in his hand. Here we go. Uh-oh, gassed it. 3-9 for Robarge. 237 now the max for these guys. If Tim and Shea were to go 9 spare, that gives them that would give them 245. Uh-oh, Tim and Shea Tim's gonna need a mark in the 10th frame now. This match is not as close as it once was. We'll be back. Jared Thompson, the house mouse. Oh, is he gonna roll the 8? No, he does not. This one is also right here in a close one. 2-pin match now there. And now the 10-pin for Nick Christie. Can bowl 248 here. 248 for Nick Christie and Chris Arcaro. And we've got 256 off the sheet for Kroll and Crow. Tim and Shea looking to take down a powerhouse. Barnes and Robarge. Speed and revs out the wazoo out of these two guys. 237, a great score. But most likely not going to be enough. Tim's just going to have to avoid an open frame here. If Tim goes 9 out, which we've seen him miss a 10-pin already in this match, that would give him 205 in the 8th. Plus 19 would give him 224, plus 9 would give him 233. So yeah, 9 out is not enough. Tim has to mark. Let's go here, Arcaro. Great shot, great shot for Arcaro. Now over to Tim. Way left here, Bittenbender watching this one so closely. And now Tim, again, needs the mark. 4-pin, should be makeable, Pretty good shot there. And the strike for Eddie Bird on the right lane puts them in they can bowl 235 max for Thompson and Troop, 233. The boogeyman up for a triple. Comes in behind the head pin. Now, to clinch the match, needs the 4-pin, and he's got it. He's got it. Now he's just going to need 3 pins for Tim Barron. Let's focus our attention over here. The boogeyman needs to pick the 10-pin here. They can then bowl 235. Converts it, 235. 248 the max now for Christie and Arcaro, and the house mouse running it out for a strike. That's a double now, setting up Kyle Troop in the 10th frame. If Kyle strikes out, they bowl 233. That means they cannot win because 235 is still possible for Bird and O'Brien. And there's Cam Crow with a strike in the 9th. $235 the max for those guys. It was 245 to 237. Barron and Bittenbender move on over Barnes and Robarge. Here's Kyle down to one knee and splits the 8-9. That's why this guy is a top 5 player in the world. He has changed his game from where we saw him at an IB Open in 2013. A little one-dimensional. He's created touch in the last 10 years. And this guy is money down the stretch. Kyle Troop is a boss. Now, Nick Christie next door just missed the head pin to the right. A very errant shot at the most costly time. He can bowl 228 now. They can bowl 228. 235 left for Cam and Boog. So you're going to have Boog Kroll up in the 10th frame with an opportunity to win no matter what happens. Now, Kyle to keep applying pressure, and Aaron O'Brien is done. Eddie Bird's going to have to do it for his team on the right lane. Eddie Bird and Aaron O'Brien can still win. Kyle missed way right. It's so important to get the ball to the right so you don't have it spark in the middle of the lane. And you saw both players here, 28 and 29. Both guys missed the head pin right. That is uncharacteristic of Kyle Troop and a gift for Eddie Bird and Aaron O'Brien. And this counts terrible. So left match, if Arcaro strikes out, that's 228. We can still get to 235 for Bud Kroll and Cameron Crowe. And Troop misses the head pin right and the left in the 10th frame, and you just don't see that. That's about as rare can be. 219. So let's just say Aaron O'Brien gets 9 spare. That's 174, 194. That'd be 214. So Aaron O'Brien must strike on the first. Excuse me, not Aaron O'Brien. Excuse me. Used to Aaron O'Brien finishing for this team. Eddie Bird must strike on this ball. A strike will win it. A strike wins it here. Gets it. That's a strike for the Birdman, flying high. Right off the PBA 50 World Series of Bowling and a trip to Hammond. He's made it down to Springfield. No stranger to Enterprise Park lanes. He's probably bowled 250 games in this place over the years, if not more, in competition. Still got to get some count here. Can't have horrible count. Arcaro leaves the 9 pin. Uh-oh. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Steve, your order's ready. Steve.
Wait a minute here. Eddie Bird's got to make this? He's got to make this to win. What the heck just happened? And Eddie makes it. They win by 1. 220 to 219.
This is insane.
Zach Wilkins just walked down the concourse and goes, wow, this is insane. Yes, it is. Now, Bud Kroll up in the 10th frame. It has to have a strike on the first ball. We go from one crazy match to another. And the boogeyman gets it. Cam Crowe. And David Kroll. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my. Holy cow. Guys, I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. Ever. I don't know how long I can keep doing this. I mean, it's nuts everywhere. Competition everywhere. I hope you're enjoying this today, everybody. This is nutso. Whew. We got 4 new teams coming in for the next round. All right, Bud Kroll. It's enough. You know, we got a Wes Malott, Norm Duke type looking situation here. I could see Boog jumping up into Cam's arms if they win this tournament. I mean, that's the size difference between these two. Look at this here, 224, 218. Oh, my goodness gracious. Give me one word in the chat, everybody. What would you say to describe what we just saw in that round, bracket round of 8? You tell me. Oh, my. I'm taking the week off. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. I can't do it anymore. Completely done. So I'm still keeping the same graphic up. It's a bracket round of 8. Again, I should have probably had 12 on the last one. So that's my bad. That's my bad. But we are officially in the bracket round of 8, best of 3 again. Let's try to figure out who's even bowling each other, because I got this bracket in my phone. Let's look. So we've got Keplinger and Biondo are going to bowl Cruz and Holloman. Rice and Garcia are going to bowl Bittenbender and Barrett. Albrecht and Wilkins are going to bowl Bird and O'Brien. Jones and Jones are going to bowl Crow and Kroll. All right, I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out for like at least a minute. Okay, guys, I got to get a water. I got to get myself contained here. I got to get you guys your picture-in-picture back up and let you watch a little practice here. And we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. And again and again. Wow. Don't go away. You really shouldn't.
Trent, your order's ready. Trent.
Hi, by the way. I'm just saying hi to everybody because I just wanted to say hi because we just watched something crazy. That's all. That's all I wanted to do. What's up, Sarah? Down on the ground over there. Yep. All right, I got to write this down. I got to rewrite everything here. All right, 27-28. We got Barrett and Bentonbinder. They're bowling Garcia and Rice. Reminds me, I feel like ordering like some Garcia and Rice. Doesn't that sound good? Holloman. And Cruz. Taking on I already messed that up. Oh, no, that's right. Keplinger and Biondo. I write everything out, guys. That's what we got here. 27-8, 29-30. Best of 3 again. Let's go over here for a second. Oh, action underway. Here we go. We're already starting the next round. And we've got Jones and Jones, Eric and Tommy, taking on Crow and Kroll. That one's on paper too close to call. And then we got Bird and O'Brien. Taking on Wilkins. And Albrecht. All right, we'll do it all over again, best of 3. Tommy Jones with the strike. Now, there's no re-oils going on here, so it's all left over. Red over, let's bowl on what's left over. Something like that. Kevin Williams he left when the action was the best I've maybe ever seen.
I had to go ball rep. Yeah, that was all insane. I had to go ball rep Bug. I had to go help my dog out. So I was front row of him throwing the first one. The 10th to win. Eddie Bird gets 5 and then picks it to win. That was insane. All that was crazy. The Tim match was a close one. That's what we were here for. That's why you get paid the big bucks, Flanagan, to bring that energy, because that wouldn't have happened if we weren't here filming it live on Inside Bowling on YouTube. Go watch it. Everybody that's not there, but they're here because they're here.
Boogeyman's got a nice reaction over here on lanes 35 and 36.
I get 10% credit to that. Told him where to go and how to do it. We got some heavy hitters in that match. The Jones and Jones connection of Tommy Jones, the Hall of Famer. Eric Jones, one of the next big up-and-comers who had a really good year, breakout year, versus Boog, who had his breakout year, versus Cameron Crowe, who's going to have a breakout year very soon on the tour.
Tim and Shea take down Spencer and Ryan.
Yep. That was a good one.
All of the matches went 3 games.
That was crazy. Tim and Shea just doing enough to just advance, you know? Just finding a way. That's all they do. They just find a way. Just weekend warrior vets.
Michael Holloman looking to go back-to-back on Inside Bowling. He won the Spa City singles event last month.
I was in the whole way, and I haven't even watched him throw a shot. Michael, every year he comes here, he doesn't bowl that great, and then he's like, I'm never coming back. I can't bowl good here. And then he comes back, and then here we are. He's been bowling good. Bowling with Dimitri Cruz.
Tommy Jones.
Who was the first one in the building because last year he was the last one in the building. He was late to the cashier's round, showed up in the 4th frame or something.
Tommy just missed way left on his shot.
Did it strike?
Nope.
Or did it only 10 pinned?
Yep.
Was it a wrap 10, flat 10?
It was like a through-the-nose 10.
I think the craziest story out of everything going on is the Bird O'Brien team.
Oh, I know.
They just kind of got the luck on their side. They're just getting the right
do.
breaks. They're
They
also
do.
showing up at the right time, but they're just capitalizing on some good luck, good fortune. The stars are
Eddie
just
threw the
aligning.
first one in the 10th about as good as I've ever seen him throw a ball.
Absolutely perfect.
And then the second one just airmailed. And then to make that spare was ridiculous.
Which was a weird spare, too, because he was missing the 4-pin, the 1, 2, 7. I don't even know what it was. What was it? It was the 1, 2, 7, 6, 7, 10. And he aced it.
Alina in the chat letting us know that Eddie's knee is killing him also. It popped during practice this morning.
Yeah.
His left knee.
Yeah, he's limping around. I just asked him if he's okay, and he said, nope. But he's finding a way, pushing through. And they're up early in their match. I didn't get to really see the Biondo match, but I know that Biondo was getting a little loud because he likes to in those moments. Would that match go?
Nothing out of the order. Nothing out too crazy.
Yeah.
Alec went Brooklyn on a shot, and Brandon kind of got loud about it.
Yeah.
That was a great break. Shay's really floating it through the front 2/3 of the lane beautifully right now. His ball's setting up nice into the
This is
1-3.
a game.
He's got a good look over here on 27 and 28. It looks like all teams are pacing pretty quick. That was a little dangerous
What's
there.
the rules there?
Yeah,
He picked it, but
yeah. A lot of times you want to have that cleared just in case there's a question.
like that. Was close.
By the way, shout out to Nate Garcia and AJ Rice having these little matching jerseys here. Tim and Shay as well. You got the matching guys.
You knew Tim and Shay would because they bowl everything together, so they've probably got a handful of jerseys together. But Nate and AJ to do that, I guess they start to bowl stuff a lot together.
I'll tell you, Tim has really impressed me with how he's able to get his ball to hit from that extreme inside angle with his kind of tweener release. It's not a high rev rate by any means. It's enough to get the job done, but
He also made a company change.
yeah, he
recently.
went to Hammer last year.
He was with Storm for a long time and made the switch over to the Brunswick brands.
Keplinger finding a lot of friction on that shot. Let's go back over to here.
Thomas Jones, do appreciate you coming.
Hey, man. Great seeing you, Kyle.
Look into that ball maybe.
Hey, I'm just telling you, you should. You really should.
Can you text me?
Yeah, I will. I will.
Because I did forget.
Yep, I will.
Safe travels.
Yeah, that's right.
Safe travels. These pairs over here, I feel like they're so all or nothing. Like at first they looked impossible, and then the next matches were high, and now they're kind of in between here. As Tommy picks up the 7-pin. Tommy is one of my favorite vets of the game. He's up there on the list for me.
Me too.
As a bowler and a person. I love watching him compete because he's got that fire to him. He likes to get loud, entertain. He's also a witty guy. He was generous enough to accept my offer of having him come out and do a coaching clinic. So I had Kyle Troop, Tommy Jones, and Packy Hammerhand do a coaching clinic with me, which was also really fun. So I appreciate them for that. And then bowling the event, of course. But I shouldn't have to thank them for that. This is their jobs, you know? Bug Kroll starting to give it the little booger loft. Stuff. 7-9, get the 7 out. Immediately looks back at Cam and they both start laughing. Love that. So this is it from here on out, everybody. You're not going to see any more new teams because this is the final 8 with the top 4. They got their 2-round buys. They are now officially bowling. So who you see here is who you'll see the rest of the way. No more teams are going to come in with any buys. And I would say this is a stacked top 8.
Oh, most definitely.
I mean, the talent that we have right now is sick.
Zach Wilkins. Nice shot there
One
by
of the
Zach.
hottest bowlers on the earth right
That's
now.
a triple.
He has been striking his butt off everywhere. house shot stuff, amateur stuff, on tour, everything, league, anywhere he bowls, he's striking.
Eric comes in light there. And we got Keplinger and Biondo here. Not able to strike much. Keplinger, the last shot over here on this lane, we saw him leave the 3-6-10. See if he can get this one out onto the lane a little bit more, a little bit further right down lane.
Can't really see from that angle, but he 4 pins. Doesn't trip it. Alex ball hooks a lot.
Yeah, it's the point where you start getting so far left that the things that you have to do to your hand and everything else, it's just going to hook the same amount. So you almost have to either ball down, chase a little bit right, increase your speed, or do something with your hand and not get around it so much.
I'm going to take a guess and say that's his weakest ball. It's a GB4 hybrid.
And Tim just said, whoa, wait a minute here. I didn't like something. Just holds on to the ball. I don't know how he does that. Tommy Jones, bottom right of your screen. Brooklyn again.
Even Cameron said that left lane's on fire as a lefty, and he said, Boog, you're going to have to ball in that lane.
What it kind of reminds me of is the old collegiate match games at Strike and Spare. They always put out a wall, okay? Let's just call it a cliff, though, for the purposes, because this is still a bit of a cliff with not much front oil. And what would happen there is the lefties would annihilate them, and then when you got late in the day with no re-oils the whole day, the lefties had hook in their laydown area, and it was very difficult for the left-handers to do well at all. Well, what we're having here is the righties are chasing in so far deep that they are just experiencing more and more hook as they move in through the front part of the lane. So you either have to loft the ball considerably, or you have to use really clean covers to get through the front part of the lane and use your hand to get it back.
This center is just notorious. Your ball always gets into a roll at 30 feet. That's why scores are usually higher here, because a lot of your bowling balls tend to do almost the right thing.
Mr. Cruz.
The middle part of the lane hooks so much this year with this pattern, just because of the rev rate and where people play, because if they're comfortable playing 18 game 1, where do you go from there? So you're right. The guys that are bowling well are floating it through the fronts to try to have steeper angles, because you have to create shim somehow, some way. And if it's not with a weak ball, it's going to be with angle, because if you're throwing it so far outside, so far right as a right-hander or left for a lefty, where if you miss in a little bit, it's still going in that direction, and that'll create a little bit of hold. Hook. But now we're getting into the end of the day where we're not re-oiling. They're going to get funky. You're going to have to pull out some tricks. You're going to have to throw it in the air.
Spare for Zach. Now here's Boog.
He's going to start throwing it up in the air like he likes to do.
And that's how you can delay hook right there. And to be honest, I think he's the X factor in the whole tournament moving forward, because he is the best at doing that. And with the way the lanes, and the way the lanes are starting to play, I think Boog Kroll is the X factor. If Cam Crow can strike 60% of the time, I think he and Boog are going to be the toughest out in the tournament.
I think I would agree, because if I look at the right-handers comparative to Boog, the only guy that could really keep up with Boog in there is probably Zach, but Zach doesn't really throw it in the air much. He usually does it by getting way more side rotation, where Boog naturally will be able to do it better than any of the righties. So I agree with you there.
Shay's kind of trick ball roll also.
He never has to get in front of the ball.
I would put him second out of the right-handers right now as far as matchup.
Yep. As he stuffs the 9-pin.
And Alec finally got so steep that his ball didn't recover. He's staring at a 2-8-10. I'm sorry, a 4-8-10.
This is a spare. Oh, it's a good effort.
Alec and Brandon in trouble there.
Yeah, early on.
See Eddie
They're
Bird
down a lot
on the lane. It hooks so much, comes in light, and that's the adjustment. As soon as you start chasing it even further, eventually you hit a spot where that happens.
Yeah, it falls off the cliff down there.
Let's go check in on Tommy Jones. There's the money ball for Tommy.
You know, I say Zach's the only one that could probably keep up with Boog in there, but Tommy understands what ball motion looks like in there, because he's done it for 20 years on tour, or however long he's bowled on tour, which I think is probably that. He's probably been on tour for 20 years, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
More than that?
Yep.
I don't really know when he came out. I didn't really pay attention to bowling that long ago. All right, let's see if Cam can get a strike here.
The right pair, we got a possibility of a tie at 222 each.
That looks good. Really good. You know, it's funny. Cameron's one of my best friends now, but when we always talk about when we first kind of met each other, and I just thought he was some chucking lefty that never knew what he was looking at, and he just threw it 1,000, so he struck all the time because all the pins just went everywhere. But
O'Brien gets the first one. He's been clutch for this team.
yes, he has. But Cameron's got the tricks now. I'm telling you, I think stars are just aligning for Eddie and Aaron. I don't know how far they align for, if it's the whole tournament or if top 8, but oh my
Boog
God.
stuffs the 9.
That's all right. Just cover that and call it a game 1 win because 215 max for Jones and Jones. He picks this up. He is in the 220s with count in the fill. Albiondo's hooking it. 2-8-10 gets the 8 and the 10 out. That was steep the whole way. Shaker 5-pin. And then his partner holds up his hand.
Garcia stepping up here. Kimball looks like 256, 257 the max for Tim and Shea. Alec and Brandon definitely going to go down 1-0 in this one, and then Nate misses the 10-pin. Cannot do that.
All right, Zach needs a double. If he matches, tie. Boog has gone. Stuff 7-9 gets the 7 out. Stuff 9, stuff 7 on that lane.
Crow and Kroll are going to get the W there at 224.
The
And
Kroll
a win.
Crow. Crow Kroll.
Yep, Kroll. It's hard to say. So here we go. Wilkins must strike on this ball.
10
Gets
back.
it.
Got to have this second one. 9 spares a tie.
Yep. Possibility is there.
I think we did a 9th and 10th frame roll-off last time. It's been a while since we've had a tie.
So AJ gets the first one. The 10th again can get to 246 after the open frame. And Tim and Shea can still get to 257. These shots matter. Nice shot for AJ Rice. Strike 9 spare would be a tie over there.
Zach
if he
for the
strikes
win.
out.
That's not a loss. He can pick it up because he's on a uniback.
Yep, but
But that's a hard
he's got to
one.
pick to 3, 6, 9, 10 now.
That's the hard one. Hold on.
Here's the spare here for a tie. And covers it. That's the pro Zach is. AJ now strikes out and says, come on, baby. They are into it down there with 246. So Shea has to throw the first one. If he goes 9 spare after that, it would be a tie. If he doubles, they will get game number 1 from Rice and Garcia. Here we go. Shea, how clutch is he? Oh, sticky 7 in the wrong spot for Bittenbender. Nate Garcia gets bailed out on the missed 10-pin by his partner. AJ Rice picks him up, strikes out. Well, guess I need to move over here. We've got the tie going on down there.
I had to play tournament director for a second.
Garcia and Rice get the win, 246.
Oh, crumples the big 4 and then slaps it out kind of jokingly. But kind of not at the same time? Nah, it looked lighthearted.
235 for Holloman and Cruz. If they strike on this one, they're going to go up 1-0.
What'd Shea leave? I didn't get to see.
Sticky 7.
Sticky 7. So is it like a light mixer or like a
It was just
high
a
flush one?
half pocket hit that left the 7 pin, didn't drive the 5 into the 7.
And then he goes Brooklyn.
Yep.
Wow. So Nate gets bailed out by his teammate in the 10th because he missed a spare. That's what team bowling's all about.
So we keeping score by hand over here? Is that what's going on?
I put it up here.
Oh, I got it. Okay,
Yeah,
now
I just
got you.
zeroed it out.
So Eddie gets 8 here. This is for to determine who's going to win game 1.
It's a
a 9th and 10th roll off.
Yep.
So we had a Brooklyn strike by Albrecht, and then we had a 2-8 for Eddie Bird. Game 2 underway on the bottom right side of your screen. Game 2 underway on the upper left side of your screen. Tommy Jones looking to have a double for Jones and Jones.
It was in the whole way.
Tommy can play in, no doubt. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, but I just haven't seen Tommy execute well at opening up his angles that well here this weekend and repeating his loft or how he's throwing it into the lane. Now Aaron O'Brien goes Brooklyn.
I'm telling you, dude, they just need to go to the casino after this.
Yeah,
whatever their winnings
I'm with you on that. Yeah,
Put it on some roulette.
whatever they need to play. It doesn't matter the
Yeah,
game. They might go
anything.
on a blackjack heater where they win 27 hands in a
Throw
row.
it in a Buffalo run and just hit max bet. Buffalo. I told you I would type in their names and then I didn't. That's my fault. But we know who everyone is at this point, right? Everybody? We know
We
the
do.
bowlers. But it does make it a little better put typing in the names. We'll do
Cam
it.
Crow, man.
I'm telling you,
He's an assassin.
he's good. He's just a good bowler.
He is.
But don't tell him that too much because he already thinks he's the greatest to ever do it.
Every time I talk to him and congratulate him, he goes, "Oh, I threw it like garbage, Mike." All right, here we go. Aaron, good shot here. No, comes in light. 2-8, very easy to do. So they're looking at filling 40 here. Filling 40.
First one to win. First one from Zach. And
Kroll.
let's see.
Nice loft. Got that one
Right.
further to the right. Almost
Right.
got it back. Almost got it back.
Whole lot of 9.
I want to welcome in all of our viewers. Thanks for being here. Springfield Doubles. Kevin Williams has been promoting this event for a few years. We've been coming down here. I want to thank everybody here at Enterprise Park Lanes for letting us come on and do this, have this event here.
Yeah.
All the bowlers coming out and everybody watching on YouTube here today.
All you viewers that are watching, for starters, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully we're making your Sunday a little more fun. I want you guys all to know that bowling is alive and well because we have some of the best amateurs and pro bowlers in the world bowling for $18,000. And then down on the low end, we have 60 youth bowlers bowling for a junior gold spot. And I mean, it's sick to see a completely full 40-lane center on a Sunday bowling for something that matters.
Well, speaking of matters, Wilkins just threw that strike in the 10th, and that's gonna wrap it up for Team Wilkins and Albrecht. They're gonna get the first game in the roll-off here.
We've had a little bit of everything so far through the first 3 rounds. A roll-off, some wins that had some controversy, big scores, low scores, comeback wins.
So after Nate Garcia's open, we've got A.J. Rice with a messenger going over to the 7. Rice has been ridiculous
Yeah, he's bowling good.
so far here
Bowling good.
in this one.
Michael stepping up on lane 30, looking for the front 3.
Wilkins and Albrecht up 1-0. Crow and Kroll up 1-0. Garcia and Rice up 1-0. And Holloman and Cruz up
Stuff it.
1-0. Now this is where Tim and Shea in the last match, you know, they bowled roll bars and barns and needed a game, and they bowled 260 the second game. And this is it again here. They find themselves down 1-0, and this is when these guys start to turn it on. They've got an on-off button, and it's like halfway on in game 1, and in game 2 and 3 they crank it up.
Yeah.
They just crank that knob. It's unbelievable.
I wish I had that.
I
knob.
feel like, I mean, if you want to bowl less games, just turn the knob up to start.
I know, right?
I mean, it doesn't make any sense,
no,
but
get
it
your-
does for them.
No, you need to get your money's worth. That's what they say, right?
Well, they say drama sells, and that's what these guys do. They're selling the drama. Live throwing copper. Boom. Oh, boy. Here we go. Cruz now up on 29. Things are starting to tighten up for everybody.
They're getting tricky.
Oh, they're tricky, all right.
It always cracks me up when you see when we get even on tour, when we get into cashers rounds and match plays, how much quicker the lanes develop because all the guys that are making the finals are bowling on the same part of the lane because they're all doing the same things that are working. So then when you get them all there, it just transitions so much faster.
2 great shots by Kroll and Garcia. Nate is so deep. His ball is really never even hooking into the pocket. It's almost all fallback right now. Eric Jones on the right lane. Stuffs an 8. AJ beast mode. Full on attack. Brandon now. Ball looked a little lopey down lane to me. Not surprising to leave the 7 or the 10. Fortunate not to leave both. That's the first errant shot we've seen from Shea. And here's your boy, TJ. Can he start turning it on here?
He is my boy.
That was pretty well executed, really.
It always fascinates me that Tommy, even when like he was younger and it was a little more effortless for him to like kind of hook the whole lane, he always has that when he hits at the bottom, you can see his head kind of dip, and that's something you wouldn't really teach a lot of people, but it's just what he's kind of always done.
Eddie Bird.
I'm telling you.
There he is.
I'm telling you.
He's bowling on one leg, folks, but he's throwing the ball down the lane, and they're still alive.
Eddie.
One leg or another. Wow. All right. Keplinger and Biondo here are starting to kind of feel it a little here on the squeeze side because they are down 1-0 here, and they don't have necessarily a great look on this pair still.
Yeah, definitely not.
Aaron O'Brien, 2-8. Tim gets the strike.
You see, as these lanes get trickier, you start seeing a little bit different looks of strikes. It's not just all flush. You got
Correct.
some light mixers in there.
Great
like
point.
You take what you can get. It's
Yep.
they're not easy anymore. As Cameron just throws a giant messenger, you're just gonna start seeing a little bit more off hits, finding a way to get them to fall. Not as picky about what your strikes look like.
Nate Garcia is going to be the X factor here in this match on whether or not he can navigate in front of this ball return.
Yeah. Well, he struck last time, and now he's backing
I
off.
think he just heard me say that. So you know what, Mike? You got a good point. I need to think about this for a second.
If he heard you, he's got superpowers because he's currently 50 feet away from you.
Boog now lined up. You know, I was wondering why
That's
Boog.
why I went MIA.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I was wondering why Boog was on the right lane in the last match because, you know, he's going to get deep and having that ball return there. Like, for instance, you know, you think about Nate and AJ here in this situation. Why is Nate not bowling on the left lane, right?
But maybe the left lane was worse, though, because I'll say the ball returns here are actually very far back, so they're not really that hard to navigate here. You can almost have a full approach here.
I feel you, but
I get what you're saying.
But you don't even have one.
Yeah, you don't have to
on
worry
the
about
left
it at
lane.
all.
I'm putting my right-hander on the left lane.
I think it's got to be on what the lane looks like, though, because these guys are all so used to being in front of the ball return that's not as factor as much as, okay, let me try to out-bowl a worse lane. These guys do three-step approaches every other weekend when they bowl. And again, the ball returns are far back. But I get what you're saying. But I'm going to assume the reason he's on the right lane is because the left lane was way worse.
Oh, 10-pin.
Pretty good shot, though.
It was.
Pretty good shot. He needs to cover this up. He missed one earlier.
It was really good. Albrecht with the strike. So double 9 spare strike for Wilkins and Albrecht.
Crow and Kroll. Cam and Booger in cruise control right now. Looking for a 5-bagger, have 270 left.
Yep, 236 left for Jones and Jones, the law firm.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, they're dialed in.
Cam is looking good. They're up 1-0. They're looking to close out. Last round, we had all matches go to 3 games. The round before, 3 out of 4 did.
And this isn't quite looking like it's trending in that direction. Hey, oh. Cameron just aggressively did the Dougie. Holy moly.
A.J. Rice continues to strike, just continues to deliver.
See, and you got to take those. That was kind of like a high hit. The 6 kind of just falls backwards, but you get to this point of the day, you ain't worried so much how they look and more just about how you get them to go.
Keplinger and Biondo have just looked lost on this pair from the get-go. They just have not had a comfortable, good ball reaction, and Boog Kroll gets another strike on the bottom right of our screen.
Tommy just gave him the highest of 5s and made Boog legitimately jump out of the air to give him a high 5. I love that.
Shea 4 7s. That one read about 3 feet sooner.
245 max to 257 max in that game. Oh,
Oh, Eric Jones, that's not even fair.
Oh my gosh.
How about an 8-10 almost? The 8 falls out. Jones and Jones bowled really well today to get 2 buys. They bowled a huge last game in the Cashers round today.
And then they get a million shot at him.
Yep, Aaron O'Brien washes out.
Have the Stars move past. Not aligning anymore.
Maybe a little too early to call, but
Yeah.
it probably needs to make this. Otherwise, going to have an uphill climb the rest of the
Yeah,
way.
it'd be a 220 max in the 5th frame if it doesn't pick this.
Tommy Jones sending that one. 2 10s. Let's see if O'Brien can pick this. You've got Holloman on the bottom right of your screen. Did not like that at all. I know O'Brien covers it.
Of course.
Of course he did, right?
What else do we expect?
But the way he needed to cover it, though, was barely touch the head pin on the right, have it bounce off the wall and take the 10 out, right?
Right.
And Cam Crow looking good.
10
Him and Boog looking really good right now.
Everyone's struggling to throw 3-baggers, and they're shooting 270.
Right. As the lanes continue to hook more and more, these 2 guys, I feel like they have more and more of an advantage. Although Wilkins is pretty good, too. They're all good, but I like what's going on over here with this team. Wilkins. Money.
They're locked in, too. They're
Over
locked
here?
in, too. I don't know who faces who, depending on who wins. I don't have the bracket in front of me, but I think the 2 hot teams right now is right here that are winning on the high end. Cameron and Boog striking, and then Zach and his partner, Albrecht, are both looking really good right now.
Cruz and Holloman. Up 1-0, and that one there is a nice shot by Cruz. He can still get to 231, 211 the max for Biondo and Keplinger. 2 big shots coming up for Biondo and Keplinger. Garcia still in front of the ball return. That's well shot. That's well placed, and it just goes. It just goes. I thought he executed well.
I think he's throwing too early of a bowling ball. I think he's got to be in something cleaner. You can't cover that much ground with a earlier rolling ball like that. Not when there isn't much oil in the middle part of the lane.
Brandon,
And that just
7
might
10s.
do it.
Yep, that is just about gonna do it. Holloman and Cruz look like they're gonna move on.
They only have 190 left. You just need to stay clean if you're Holloman and Cruz. Eddie, Brooklyn's 9-pin, knee, killing him. Zach missed a single pin? Huh, didn't see that.
Tim and Shea are going to even this one up, it looks like. Eddie with the spare. So over here we got 225 left, and
To 246.
246. Yeah.
Yep. So not out of it yet.
Nope.
But
Here,
you got to throw a strike here. They haven't struck in 4 frames. I mean, they need to get on the board pretty quickly because the other team hasn't missed the pocket. They just had a wrap 7 and wrap 10 and missed it.
Oh,
I'm
and
just-
through the face
just
jersey
saying.
squasher.
I'm just saying. Go to the casino after this. Whether
The
they win,
can
lose this
opener.
match.
These guys.
I mean, when you got it, you got it. 235 max for Tim and Shay. 211 max for AJ and Nate. Looks pretty close. 2-8-10. We have a ball game.
Very much a ball game.
We have a ball game.
After a fast 8, I don't know if that was a ball change or if he just threw it different, but that ball went right past the spot. Zach Wilkins leaves a 7-pin over there. And this match is kind of coming back now to Eddie and Aaron.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Are we surprised?
Oh, no, not at all.
God,
and I don't know
0.
what Shay is doing there. Like, I don't even know what that was.
0.
Like, don't you go
He was trying to. He just
take
threw
the
it out the
2-8
window.
out of it?
Yeah, he just threw it out the window.
So how crazy is this? Tim's got to strike out now to force Nate
Throw 'em
Garcia
all.
to throw a double.
To throw them all. Yeah.
I mean,
Well, count too because
yeah,
it's
and
211
count.
to 209.
Yeah, double and 9.
If Shay gets 2 there, they can still. Well, no, they can't. No. Yeah, they can win.
Wacko.
They could still win if he gets 2 there.
Albrecht,
I mean, these guys aren't missing
great shot.
the hole at all.
Here's Tim. And Tim comes in
I
light.
need 2 7s. Who won that first game? AJ.
AJ.
That's right.
AJ and
He doubled
Nate.
in the 10th.
Okay, so if Tim makes this, they can bowl 199.
Yep.
So that
forces
means Nate would have to throw the first one.
strike 9 spare is 2-0.
Yeah.
Strike 9 spare, but Nate has gone miss, miss, strike, miss. 2 of those misses being big splits. So not very confident in his ball reaction, I would say, but he's a shot maker. He'll make a good shot.
Holloman and Cruz are advancing.
Yes.
And we've got Kroll and Crow advancing thus far.
The Boog and Cam connection.
Here's Tim, covers it.
The
hits,
easiest, hardest spare ever.
And look, he did exactly what you're supposed to do. You cover both pins with the ball. The ball
Yes.
touched both pins. That's a
If I ever
professional
leave
spare.
If I ever leave that, I always just try to shoot, well, if I was right-handed, that's 7-pin, because you'll clip the 2-pin going to it. All right, Aaron.
Aaron strikes. So
205 max to 236 max. They're going to need a little bit of help.
206 pace over there. They need some non-carry shots over there. That's what they need.
If they stay clean, it'll be a win.
Here's Tim.
Excuse me.
10 is big here.
Huge.
All
Great
right.
shot.
199 is the posted score.
Strike,
Nate Garcia
9 spare.
must strike. Yep,
Strike,
and get
9
9
spare.
spare. Yep.
He went 7-1 last time. He left the 2-4-10, just missed the 2-pin, took only the 4-pin back. Think he ball changed or he's staying? Looks like he's staying in the same ball. I think.
Yeah, he's just got to execute.
Yep.
He's just got to
fake.
execute
Just
here.
fake 2 strikes here. You know.
Yep, fake it to make it. Here we go.
It's pretty good.
It's on line
Thought that was
through the
pretty
face.
good.
We're going to a game 3.
That ball's too early. He's got to get out of that ball. He's got to go to something that gets through the middle part of the lane a little bit easier. I thought that was pretty close because he 2-8-10'd earlier, or 2-4-10.
Wilkins and Albrecht are up 1-0, and that strike in the 9th for Wilkins.
This is a mark for a win.
Yep, there we go. Wilkins and Albrecht have punched their ticket. They have moved on. So Holloman and Cruz move on. Wilkins and Albrecht and Crow and Kroll. We're going to have 1 match left in the rubber game.
Do you have a photo of the bracket to see
I do.
if they match up together? I think they do. I think it's those 2 teams that have already won on that side, the high side, bowl against each other.
It is Albrecht and Wilkins
Versus Boog
and Cameron. Yep. And then
that's going to be a good one because those teams were both striking.
then Cruz and Holloman will take on the winners of this rubber match here between Barron and Bittenbender and Rice and Garcia. Now, just me,
Okay.
just me here.
Just you, all right.
I'm putting Nate Garcia on the left lane,
Just to see
and I'm putting AJ on the right lane.
and just find out if it's the wrong play, it's the wrong play.
Yep, that's just me.
Yeah.
Here's the ball change,
It's got to be something cleaner. It looks like it is. Yeah.
and
way
they're going to
better.
look at that shot and go, oh, okay, we're good, and they're just going to stay right where they're at.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you.
And that's fine.
Flanagan. You know, you have your insight and your process, and I have mine.
Yep.
If I'm bowling with Nate, I say, hey, let's just trust the process and figure out this lane, because if we go blindly to the other lane and you haven't thrown any shots, you have to have 1 or 2 shots to figure it out. And if it's not quite doing what you expect, then you're behind there. At least here, we have a somewhat of an idea of why your ball is doing what it's doing. Let's just figure out the answers to that. So that's what I would think.
Yep, and you could argue that AJ's lined up on the left lane. Why would you mess with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see both sides.
But here's the ultimate push me over the edge to go 51% to make this decision.
Okay. Over the edge just for 1 more percent.
1 more percent.
Okay.
It's 50-50 until I think about this
Okay.
for me. As much as they're hooking in the heads, ball speed will help you.
Uh-huh.
And when you're in front of that ball return, you can't generate as much ball speed with your legs.
I think he's not trying to throw that much ball speed, though, if he is that far left, because it's only so hard you can throw it from there, because you're still covering so much area on the lane. You have to find a way to get your ball to change direction. I love that he ball changed to something cleaner, and it looked amazing. So hopefully it wasn't those things, you know, a fill ball, you make a ball change, and you just throw a perfect shot because you're relaxed and there's no pressure. And then sometimes it'll trick you into a ball change that you didn't actually need. Does this hook? That's pretty close.
Leaning on it.
That's pretty close. That was a little steeper.
So Tim a little high, but gets 10 on the left lane, and now Nate Garcia makes this ball change. He got the first strike, and now that was another pocket hit and leaves a 10 pin. So in this particular match, AJ Rice is probably going to have to strike every ball leading up to the 10th frame, and Nate Garcia is going to have to strike 3 out of his 4 attempts, and he's already missed on one of his first ones. So,
but that glass half full, the miss was better.
Oh, sure.
It was a 10 pin. You know, it wasn't like he 3-6-10 or something like that, because he has missed. Because he's missed pretty, you know, magnified splits. Where there, his ball still got to the pocket. It was just a little lazy down lane because he kind of got a little too steep, but at least there's a little bit more answers there.
But Rice here, he might be the MVP. I mean, this guy, ridiculous. I mean, he is the MVP, and he is one of the best at being able to change his hand position to get on the side of it to delay hook.
Yep.
And he is able to generate so much speed, but not just speed, but speed and projection, meaning that ball, when the fronts are hooking, he is so good at getting it to delay hook down the lane.
Yep. He had his thumb in forever, and he just went to no thumb. I don't know exactly when, but it had to have been in the last year.
Russo
and
did that too.
He's got a lot more tilt than he used to have, and he already had a good amount of tilt. All that's going to do, like you said, it's going to get through the fronts a lot easier. Now, he does have a lot of side rotation.
Shea has been a little shaky here on this right lane. He's now moved in.
He's in the whole way.
And he's fortunate to have that 6 fall out.
A lot of 9 there.
Just as we were talking about how good Shea's floating it through the lane, I talked about he might have the second best reaction behind Boog Kroll on the right side of the lane. I think it's kind of gone away now.
Yeah.
Folks, this is our round of 8. We're going to the round of 4 next.
Yes, we are. And we already have 3 teams determined for that. We're just waiting on the final one. Tim and Shea, I said it numerous times, the best chemistry team in the field. They've bowled together for 15 years now, longer. Probably before I even knew them, and I've been bowling competitively for about 12 now.
What a shot by Tim on the left lane. Tim is really dialed in. I was critical of Tim back in February when I streamed another event. I thought his game was just a train wreck at the time.
Really?
He didn't make a cut. He looked bad. But I'm going to go ahead and mention and call it like no. I still true back in February.
Yeah.
But whatever work he's put in, it's paying off. He's back. Tim Barron is back.
He's back. I can't wait till I say I'm back.
He's back.
All right, Nate, you've hit the pocket twice in a row. Have a little bit of confidence. I was left, and it did the right thing. We're in business here. We're gonna have a match.
So he's 66% hitting the pocket since this ball change, or 66% strikes, but he's hit the pocket 3 times in a row on the right lane in front of the ball return.
Hitting the pocket is what I care about more right now, because he wasn't. You know, if you can't quite get the 10 out or whatever, at least we gave it a chance now.
Now watch
scores aren't going to be high.
Watch Superman here. Watch the big dog. Watch this guy.
Superman.
Look at this. Whee!
Aced it. 10 pin.
Oh, a 10 stands.
10 pin. It's a good shot. Really good shot.
You know, another name for Rice, I like to call him Giant Robarge. He and Spencer
I don't think.
very similar. Giant Robarge.
Maybe. They
That
play
hit
really
right
similar.
there, Robarge left hits like that all tournament.
You can't say giant Robarge because AJ's been doing this longer than Robarge.
I know what you're saying.
You know.
I know what you're saying.
But I get what you're saying.
He came before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't overlook AJ Rice. One of the best amateurs in the nation for a long time.
A little more loft out of that one there for Shea, and he was able to get it to come back.
You said what?
Just wondering if he left his car keys up here.
I haven't seen any. Ask the front desk, maybe someone turned them in. You know, old age gets you. You forget where you
Tommy
put
Jones
stuff.
looking for his car keys somewhere in the
You
building.
forget where you put stuff sometimes when you're his age, you know.
I saw him sitting on the table over there on top. They're on top of the bear claw machine, but don't tell them. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We'll see how long this takes
The
them to
bear
figure out.
claw machine.
All right, Tim. Huge three-bagger here to get a lead. Lean on it. Little flat 10.
And that's all about the angle now. You know, they are so left to right and having to get the ball to come back an angle. It's so difficult to knock down 10. You got to really execute at a high level.
She's obsessed. Just don't forget.
Yeah, like she's a gymnast.
Oh, yeah, you told me
She,
about it.
dude, she makes sure her mom plays your music every time she comes out.
I love that.
It's crazy. She won't let no one else do it. She just has to be all you don't matter what music.
Perfect. Yeah. I'll
Not
definitely
FaceTime.
Awesome.
I'll definitely face it.
Awesome spare. Can't be missing those.
Michael told me I have to FaceTime his cousin because she's a huge fan of mine. So
Oh, nice.
I love that. He said that she's a gymnast, and every time she walks out to do her routines, whatever, she always has to play my music.
Nice.
I cannot wait for this FaceTime. I love that so much. All right, Nate. Huge ball change. You should have some confidence now. Let's dial in and make some shots. He likes that one.
Yeah, that was a
I think
little
I
quicker.
think it was up the lane a little bit, a little quick. The other ones that looked better were a little steeper, a little more time to get around the corner. This is a makeable split. Not the easiest, but it's not the hardest. I feel like he didn't give much effort to that.
Ooh.
I feel like he just
Open
kind of
frame.
walked up there and threw it that. 244 max for AJ and Nate. 259 max.
He's got Superman here. So Superman did not strike on the last one.
Superman, huh? Is that your official nickname for AJ?
Right
Rice?
now, right, the way his ball reaction
Just
right
today?
now on lane 27, he's Superman. He only has a ball on one lane. I love his look.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Not as good a shot as the
No,
last one.
then he didn't execute.
Cut it short. Kind of fell off
That's
it.
the first bad shot I've seen him throw. Well, this match here, what's it come down to? In my opinion, it comes down to Nate versus Shea on the right lane. It really does.
I would agree.
I think it's even on the left lane right now.
And I think it's also Tim and Shea battling out like who can stay closest, because randomly you see this 6-count split, like who can keep it in play and not really hurt your score as much. 9 spare fill frames, because they clearly don't have very much ball reaction.
So the scoreboard tells the story. We've got 234 max for Rice and Nate Garcia. 259 still left for Shea and Tim. This right lane shot for Shea is big. A lot of loft. And that's what happens when you loft and try to get it not to hook, and you move left, you do the double whammy, you leave something like this. We saw back-to-back miss the head pins earlier on these two lanes, as a matter of fact. And when not Kyle Troop cost him the match.
Yep.
Airmailed it.
Yep.
Airmailed it.
Yeah, he did.
And then Eddie Bird did it, but then converted to spare.
Just like Shea's about to do.
Right? Oh my goodness. That is actually a bad break. Man, he just throws that down. He doesn't turn. I'll be in touch with you. All right, man. Kev, before you take that, we gotta move that down.
I
then-
know,
then- then
I
do
get
it.
excited. It's Tommy Jones, dude. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a bald, gorgeous head. Sorry. Hey, but don't forget, like if you need me to switch any
You're right.
screens
Yeah, I
over,
gotcha, right?
I didn't
Yeah.
forget. I know
Yeah.
how to do it.
Okay.
You click on the screen, you click the send button. I got it.
So right now, technically here, we got a 1-pin lead for Nate and AJ
I looked in.
because of the open frame from Shay. Now, just there, it looked like Tim and Shay. Here we go. Tim and Shay are going to do this.
Yeah.
Because of the open frame from Nate and the bad shot from AJ.
Which
You
you
just think,
haven't
that, here we go. Shay and Tim are going to run away with this thing. And suddenly, after now 2 frames of trouble, now we're looking at, wait a minute, Nate. I'll take
Yeah.
Nate and AJ right now.
Well, Shay, I don't know if it was a bad shot or not. He made an adjustment. He washes out. Then he picks it up, essentially, but wraps the 10 pin. So it's like, all right, good break there. Tim gets up here, hasn't thrown a bad shot in what feels like 3 hours, and then doesn't give it a chance. He's going to pick this up.
He and AJ both on the left lane both made their worst shots of the
At the
match.
same time.
Yeah, back to back.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think these guys are trying to chase a 4-bagger here. I think these guys are trying to fill frames and keep it close.
Nate is so extreme with his angle and his loft that he can't throw it hard now. He's got himself in a spot of the lane where he has to throw it medium speed. If he throws it hard, he's going to miss the head pin.
That was better. It got further right. The other one was a little more up the lane. Shimmed through it.
He's pumped that he got a strike, and I would be too.
I mean, this team is one of the more hyped teams. I mean, when they're bowling good, they yell and stuff. If anyone follows Nate on any of his social media, he's on YouTube and things like that. He makes Facebook posts all the time. He always posts videos. He is intense.
AJ
And
here.
AJ also gets intense.
He needs to throw this one for the wheat.
If he strikes, they get loud here.
He
He ball
needs it.
changed.
Wrap 6.
Wrap 6. Made a ball change. I don't know what that ball was, too. It was very, very colorful. Cannot tell you what that ball is.
Is he throwing everything?
A little bit. Yeah, he's a free agent.
It looks like harsh reality, but I don't know.
I can't tell because it's so shiny, but it might be because the harsh reality is not shiny like that typically. The harsh reality doesn't have that much yellow in it, does it?
I'm seeing orange. I mean, I don't know if
I don't know what that is. It might be a shiny mindset. I don't know. It might be a shiny mindset. That's what it looks like to me.
yeah, it could. Yeah, that's a good point. It could be.
All right, Shay. What do you got for us here?
223 the max for Bittenbender and Barrett. 214 the max for Rice and Garcia. Who can throw
Ball
a
change,
double
dead out the
X
window.
out the window? Back to back out the
Use
windows.
the 1-2-5. This, I'll be honest, just kind of like how you said about Tim in February, where you're like, his game didn't look bad. I'm not saying his game's looking bad, but right now, this game, this is like, I've never seen Shay be like this. He's kind of throwing a couple out the window and just doesn't look comfortable. Like, usually, if he's not striking, he at least, like, knows what he's doing. It just looks like he doesn't really have a clue right now.
So I'm going to give a visual for our audience. And it's not quite this extreme, but I think you'll get the point. The lanes, the way they're playing right now, is almost if you oiled from the pins to the heads backwards. You've got early hook, and you've got oil push down lane. So you have to throw it past the early hook, but you also got to be able to get it to come off the end of the pattern where there's oil.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah.
That's really hard.
It is.
And typically a guy like Duke or a guy like Chris Barnes are going to tell you straighter is greater.
Yeah.
They're going to say the less moving parts, the better when they're tough like that.
Not in today's game.
But these guys are wanting to be in front of the ball return and hook the whole lane and everything else.
But here's the problem. With today's technology and like how bowling balls are made, they're so strong, and the rev rate that's going on. As much as you want to see these guys like play fallback and stuff, they physically can't do it. Ball
Great
tries to
shot
change
there
direction.
by Tim. I'm thinking on something like this, why aren't we seeing possible IQ 78. Why aren't we seeing possible new blue
From
hammer?
From where?
20 to 13.
No, it would never ever carry. It would hook and get offline immediately.
Really?
Oh yeah. It would never stay. It would never stay left of the head pin or right of the head pin. Huge shot here to take the lead.
IQ tours,
And
NV
again.
tours.
Oh, light mixer.
Nice shot by Nate.
Here we go. You're Superman.
Yeah, it does come down to
Double
Superman.
8. Harsh reality pearl is what everyone's saying in the chat too. Thank
And-
you guys. I did not know. I couldn't tell what ball it was.
And who would have thought? Who would have thought that in this rubber match here that it would come down to the 10th frame and anchor players needing to strike out? 214 to 210 the max
The
scores.
thing is, you got AJ versus Shea in the 10th, and Shea hasn't really
Big
had a
advantage to
close-
AJ.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep,
To even
Superman.
at least stay close
Yep.
and hit a makeable here. Oh, he
That's
hugged
in.
that.
He threw it.
And he got a big break to get the 8 out, but he
threw
hugged
it
that down there.
bad.
Yeah.
Just bad.
Yeah.
Bad fundamentally.
I think he tried to kind of loft it and help it a little bit, and he just not a great shot.
Yep. It's
Still,
on-
though, count is they have the count, so if Shea is to not get the first one, they can still win with a spare
Gotta make
here.
it. Good spare.
You need 8 to force the first one. 8 to force the first one. Or 7, actually.
7, yep.
Sorry.
7.
Nate's having a little pep talk with him. Hey, dude, just throw it at the head pin as hard as you can. We only need 7 here. I'm going to strike more. Believe that.
All right, we've got a re-rack here. We haven't seen many of these at this event. That's the first one that I've seen.
I re-racked once. And then proceeded to not strike after it.
Trying to ice Shea Bittenbender.
Wow, he called back up pile up. Oh. All right. 7 to win by 1.
No gimme.
No, he just almost got 6, and he got the 8 out of it late. He's going to throw this one a little slower, shape it a little more. I could just tell by his tempo.
Oh, there we go.
Top 3 worst high fives I've ever seen executed in my life. You guys couldn't see it on camera, but they completely missed.
Bittenbender, he's a warrior. He's been in big shots like this before.
Oh, my God.
When you
That
need
is
it,
such a good shot. Literally misses the. He hit the 6-pin in the face of the shot before, made another ball change, 10 back.
kid shows up, man.
This
Kid
is
shows
exactly
up.
what happened last time they bowled together. Some weird finish, and Shea comes up, and Tim. Big double.
I can't
He
tell
just
from
needs
here,
count
but I
now.
think it was a blind ball change, too.
It was.
Yeah,
It was.
I think it
agree.
was a blind ball change.
That's what the best do, though. They're not afraid to fail. You're not going to go out saying what if. You're just going to make whatever your gut decision tells you, and if it's not the right one, you live with that. I mean, that is just such clutch bowling.
Oh, he's pumped.
Shea said, "Woo!"
I haven't seen him this vocal ever. Really, I haven't, and it was all because of after the strike on the fill ball.
Nate started yelling.
Yep, and that's why you're getting it back right
Which
now.
isn't really necessary on the fill ball, you know.
No,
I
it's like
just-
ping pong, and right now they're doing it. And Nate's he is a professional. He's a gentleman.
Of course, they love it. They're just
Yep,
fiery
yep,
guys.
that's
it's
it.
It's never anything personal. Getting loud like that, that's just part of competing.
So coming up next, we've got some great matches coming up. We got Albrecht and Wilkins are going to be taking on Boog Kroll and Cameron Crow.
Yep.
And then we've got Michael Holloman and Cruz are going to be taking on Barrett and Bittenbender. Still getting through this thing. They are a tough out.
Love
And
this.
I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes,
I am
get
too.
a water, and we'll be back with more coverage here from Springfield.
putting it back there and I kept it. Nope. No, right here. No, earlier today. I don't know what. Yeah, I know what your phone looks like now, but I didn't even fucking know what it looks like before that. Oh, yeah, I know.
matches, 29-30, 35-36. 2 balls per person each lane. Good luck. Before you all finish up, we ask that you please hold off and before you leave so we can get the standings finalized. We will be taking the top 8 in each division to move on to the bracket finals. If you are in the junior goal, please talk to our attorney, Belinda Dewey, to figure out what's going on with that. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please.
Welcome back. Continuing coverage, 2024 Springfield Doubles Bracket Round of 4 here at Enterprise Park Lanes here in Springfield, Missouri. My name is Mike Flanagan from InsideBowling.com, and happy to be bringing you this Final Four action here. They've got them set up a little bit differently here than I remember in years past, where I thought they were going to bowl together next to each other. So what I've done for you guys, let me know what you think here. I've got this over here, and I've enlarged the other match down there. Actually, I need to probably adjust that even more, but I'm thinking about going a little bit bigger. Nice seeing you, Eric. Have a good one. Nice bowling. Have a safe trip home.
Thank you, you too.
Hi, brother. Yep, we'll see you soon. So I need to adjust this just a little bit more, but I'm gonna try to do the best I can with some of this picture-in-picture stuff here. So let me work on this for you so we can get the best viewing experience as a group here. Let's see. To go up here to this there right here. No problem. Not really sure how much I love that either. Trying to give you guys some different looks here.
See what I did there? I got them to put their names in this time, so it's a little easier for us to know who's who, even though we've kind of already known. Just doing what I can when I can, you know what I'm saying? Just like that, we're down to 4. And they are getting gross for some. Cam and Boog, the biggest height difference of the weekend, I think, on the teams. Good spare from Dimitri. That's not an easy spare. Ever, especially now. Off to a hot start here on 29 and 30. Double to double.
Trying to go back and forth between the two matches, but both guys are on the approach right now, and they're taking forever to get set. Tim has been on the approach for about 10 seconds. He's finally got his hand on the ball.
Flat 10. Oh, 7-10. And then 10 back for 10. That was a gorgeous strike. The 3-pin slid all the way back, standing up. All right, first team to blink. Zach pocket 7-10s. Not necessary, you know, bowling gods. At least let him leave one of the two if it wasn't a great shot or whatever the case. But I think the pocket 7-10 is the worst hit in bowling. Because you hit the pocket, it was close, obviously, and you were left with one of the hardest splits to pick up. As Shea, big fours on the left lane. 35 and 6, we've seen every type of score all day. On the fresh, the teams were not really striking, and then we just saw Boog and Cam shoot 500 for 2, which no one's really doing. Mike's running around getting his cardio in.
Yeah, last year we put them on the same pairs, or right next to each other.
No, we did the same bracket last year. I think did we move cameras last year? Did we ended up moving stuff?
No.
Because we just copied the bracket from last year in the pairs.
Oh, okay. Well, I just don't remember it.
Not the best shot from Booger. Yeah, these aren't going to be very high scores. Is that what the people want? I think so. I think people like seeing good bowlers struggle a little bit. You know how I know that? Because every time people ask us to do stuff on the YouTube channels, they want us to do the dumbest challenges that make us bowl 112. Like throw 6-pound balls. Michael converts a 7-pin on 36 to stay clean after Shea's big 4. All right. Kind of like your dark horse teammate, I feel like. If you look at all the guys that are left, all these guys bowl week in and week out, every weekend, have been doing this for a while. I don't see Albright bowl a lot. I don't really know him that well, personally. He might be super good in bowl all the time, and I just don't know, but I would say he's the dark horse of the group left. Everyone else, everyone sees all the time bowling. Zach Wilkins trying to bounce back from a pocket 7-10 earlier. One shot ago earlier. Oh, he hammered on that. Yeah, that wasn't 7-10. No shortage of rev rate on that one. There's a fine line right now when what these guys are trying to do on the lanes of floating it but still hitting it. You float it to get it through the fronts, but you still have to catch it enough for it to change direction. So you kind of float it with a little bit of tilt or a little bit of side roll, but you still want your rev rate to be up so that way it changes direction and hook down lane. This Cam mixes him up. those are my guys. But from a broadcasting standpoint, I think they're the team to beat. I think they're striking the most out of everybody, and it's pretty evident. As Tim misses a spare, very unlike him.
Yeah, very unusual for Tim.
And he not happy about it. That was further right. Yeah. Actually like that one better than the other one. That one at least has a chance at 4-pinned. The other one, 3-6-10s.
Shea Tim back on the left lane, and I like Shea on the left lane here now since he's playing the lanes a bit deeper. He's got a little bit more room. Winners of each one of these matches will move on to bowl for the championship here.
With the lovely glass trophies that we always provide. When I first started like winning events, I didn't care about the trophies, but then when I get to look back on certain wins, I think it's cool to have trophies. So we make sure to always spend a little bit of money to get some glass trophies because I think the glass hardware ones are cool. So winner gets $18,000 and 2 really cool trophies, which are priceless. You know what I'm saying, guys? The money comes and goes, but those trophies and the memories spent, those are kind of forever. $258 max for Crow and Kroll. $245 max for Wilkins and Albright. So close match there. Dimitri wrap 10, looking to cover it up to stay ahead by 3 pins because Tim's going to bounce back and strike here. I feel like Tim's one of those bowlers when he gets mad, he gets better because it just kind of locks you into a different zone. He's a little pissed at himself. He missed a single pin. It's not like him. Just a mental error. He's about to come back, make a good shot, get back to striking. Zach looked like he moved even more. The last one struck, and it felt like he moved a couple left. I don't remember him sliding that far left the last shot. Well, no surprise for me, at least. I knew it's exactly what was going to happen. He's a little pissed off. It kind of gets you into a different mental gear whenever you make like an error like that. An error that you don't usually make or something you shouldn't be making. It kind of locks you in like, all right, focus up. What are we doing here? Shea looking for a 3-bagger to take the lead. Doesn't have to loft it on that lane. It's a good shot. It's a really good shot.
Five-pin match here.
Good shot by Cam. He's locked in. Cam's low 5 is Boog's high 5. It works. It just works, you know. Boog looking to double here to take a pretty big lead here. Max score 258 to 233. 4-pinned last time. I expect him to make a little bit of a move. Yeah, big move. Oh. About a 5 out of 10 on the high 5 that we didn't get on screen again. We got to work on these high 5s, bowlers. We get too hyped and then we miss our target.
Michael Hallman's got to work on hitting the pocket here. that Greek Church.
Oh, you want to talk about bowling?
Not good in the middle of the match there. This game just tightened up quite a bit. Seeing you, Nate.
Good seeing you, bro.
Yep.
Sorry, man.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
He apologized about the tripod.
Yeah, because every pair he went to, it was right there. Zach just can't get that one to quite finish.
I think that ball's too weak. I think the cover's too weak, and with the little asym like that, I think he needs to go to something symmetrical that's a little more round. That ball's just wanting to stop as it gets down lane. Covers it up. Looks like Boog and Cam are going to take game one. 250 max to 220 max, or 210. All right, Tim. Last one was
Easton,
aced.
your order's ready, Easton.
Good reset. Good reset there. Bad timing on the food order. But this center's trying to make some money. Let's get these people eating all the food. It's pretty good. Oh my God, over the top 10, 7-pin.
That's horrible.
I mean, that was a good
Just
shot.
when you're trying to get back into the match.
That was a good shot. The thing now, though, is no one's really going to pull away besides Boog and Cam, apparently, because they're getting so tricky on the lanes. Oh, trip 8-pin. They're getting so tricky that I don't see anyone just throwing a 5-bag out of nowhere, so stay close. Get what you can. $213 max for Tim and Shay versus $231 max for
Ron, your
Michael
order's ready, Ron.
and Dimitri. Booger is hucking it down there. They are dialed
The
in.
boogeyman looking good out there here.
They're dialed in. Oh, that hooked immediately.
Shay just needs to pretend like it's the 10th frame and you need it to win.
I know, right?
Those shots he threw the last game in the 10th frame came out of nowhere. Now, I did talk to him. He went outside for a minute. I did talk to him because I went out to grab a water. And he told me that he took a piece of tape out in the 10th frame. He was hanging up in the ball.
Yep.
Wasn't able to get out of it very clean. So Cam and Boog are going to get the first game over there. Remember,
I
it's
mean-
got to win 2.
Cam and Boog are currently bowling 250, and no one else is sniffing 220.
Oh, my goodness. That was almost
It's a
Greek
Michael
church
strike.
again.
It's a Michael strike if I ever saw one.
257 for Boog and Cam, and they're smiling. They're happy. Albrecht and Wilkins, though, they just need to draw the line, and that's a good place for almost a 7-9. Not in the next
Yeah,
game.
get
Take it
out of the
now.
way.
So 189 the max for Barrett and Bittenbender, and we've got 231 still left here for Cruz and Holloman.
Strike here pretty much wraps it up. What does wrap it up?
Yep, what a shot.
Gets pumped.
All right, we have the finalists for the Springfield Youth Shootout in Division 3.
We've got the Springfield Youth Shootout also going on here today.
Dustin Buck, Jax Carpenter, Norma Seddon, Alexandra Legary, Atticus Sorrells, Fletcher Carpenter, Jasmine Buck.
Love it.
Both players are up at the same time. I'm going to go Tim.
All right.
It's a good shot from Tim.
Is Myla Moon, Jonah Wright, Jade Moon,
These guys just don't ever want to win game 1. They've advanced
'Cause it's-
every round
'cause
by
they're
winning the last 2.
They're entertainers, Mike. They're entertainers.
gold qualifier is Myla Moon.
All right. Game 2 getting started for the
Division 1 finalist,
Wilkins Albright Kroll match.
Gage Lugo,
You know, Boog has a lot of nicknames, but the best nickname, and he's in my phone as Wrong Hole Kroll.
Alex David and Heath Smith.
Okay.
Because he Brooklyned about 11 times to win his first title.
Okay. I got you. Whoa, look at the loft there.
He likes to do it.
Nobody does that like Boog in this building.
No. He loves throwing it up in the air. Michael's moving a bunch, right? Give it a look. Almost got the same hit.
Michael's been pretty much through the nose just about every shot.
Yeah.
Their U18 board is Mason Riley. And another U18.
So we're underway in game number 2, strike apiece. 29 and 30, game number 2. Again, Holloman and Dimitri Cruz, they are up 1-0, and Boog Kroll and Cameron Crow also up 1-0.
As I'm looking up at these screens, I don't know if you've talked about it much. You said that Steve came on and commentated with you a little bit?
Yep.
So you talked about him being proprietor of the year.
Yeah.
So awesome. I mean,
The 2023 proprietor of the year texted me while I was in the booth
Yeah?
to say, hey, I passed it on to Steve.
I love
Brent
that.
Prentice.
Steve
yeah.
is so deserving. I tell everyone Steve's the biggest bowling nerd I've ever met. He just loves bowling. He loves seeing all these kids bowl out here for this youth event. He loves seeing all the pros here. He loves the coaching pennant going on. He just loves the sport of bowling. So well deserved to Steve.
Zach Wilkins' ball reaction there to get 4 through the middle. That's not a good sign,
Yeah.
especially when you're up against Boog Kroll on that lane.
Yeah, who's
That's the
throwing
guy
it?
you got to hang with.
You know, it's not saying much because Boog's 4'11", but he's throwing it higher than how tall he is, and he's good at it. Shea makes a ball change, gets a little left, gets a little steeper. 4-pin, that's all right. We can work with a 4-pin. Can't really work with the 2-8-10s. You can work with a 4-pin.
Michael and Dimitri having quite a conversation there.
Yeah, because Michael hasn't hit the pocket in 3 shots, so I think they're just kind of decide like what do we want to do on the lanes to fix that. I mean, these guys are dialed in, bro.
Yep, pretty sick.
They are bowling very good. And I love to see it. All right, let's see what Michael does here. He moved about 15 right in his fill ball just to see, and he still went high, so now he's moving back left, it looks like. Not doing what he did in the fill ball. Probably going to try to throw it a little bit harder. Go to something a little weaker. Bug with the 4-pin. Michael went to a purple hammer. That's a bold decision. But you know that kind of goes hand in hand with what you tried to say earlier. It wouldn't work for a righty, though. You were saying it for a right-hander. It wouldn't work for a right-hander. It'd work for a lefty because he can throw it up like 8.
Okay.
A right-hander could never throw it up 8 on this.
Okay. Maybe.
I'm being for real. All right, Dimitri, what do you got? I've never really seen Dimitri have to get like in front of the ball, return and like loft. I've never seen him have to do that because he's got a pretty soft hand for a 2-hander. So
Yeah.
I'm curious if they get into the next match and he has to throw it up in the air a little bit. I'm curious to see him do that. I've never really seen him get to that point.
His role definitely does help him.
Yeah, he's got like the
on this
negative
pattern.
tilt,
Yes.
super soft ball roll.
Yep.
Doesn't hit it a lot. Zach moved back right and threw it hard. Any big forward.
And I think that's a fireball. We were talking about what's the cleanest ball he has. And he said it was a fireball, and that's what that looked like to me.
Last year's defending champ was throwing the fireball last year. It first came out.
was.
Chapman was throwing it. And we didn't really know what it was. It just came out, and it looked really good. Oh.
Zach super confused.
Yeah, and their opponents haven't missed a whole much. I mean, they've 4-pinned.
Yeah, the question is here, can Shay and Tim rally again after being down 1-0?
I'm just fully expected at this point. I don't expect them to be up game one.
Uh-oh, 7-10.
Manager Chris Taylor comes up to me, kind of leans over, thought he was going to tell me something important that I need to do for the tournament, and he just whispers in my ear,
Cam Crow, another strike right there.
"You're ugly." Thanks. Again, the worst hitting bowling, in my opinion, the pocket 7-10. Just not necessary, you know? Just leave one of the two.
This might be a time where we actually do see it
Picked?
knocked out and made, yeah.
All right.
Folks, watch how awesome this is. Somebody in the chat said Boog's just playing carnival games now. I mean, that's filthy. I mean, sign me up for that 7 days a week.
I mean, these guys, everyone's struggling to hit the pocket, and Boog and Cam shot 250, and it looks like they're going to just do that again.
Well, and what Boog is doing particularly is the front third of the lane is inconsistent and just wants to spark, and he's just taking it completely out of play.
Yep.
And that's
Alvarez
just
bowling good, too. I mean,
He is.
Double, and he just stuffs a 7-pin there. He's bowling good. Zach just can't quite figure out the left lane. So you were big on switching lanes. If they were to sneak out this game, let's say Boog and Cam have a disaster and Zach is not striking the left lane, would you say switch to the right lane and see just because you're not close?
I wouldn't move Zach to the right lane.
Just because of the ball return?
Yeah.
That's a wild ball change in my opinion to the purple hammer.
I'd like to see Zach in maybe like an NV tour right now.
Solid cover, something that's a little more rolly. It's better.
It's a nice shot. Not sure what he switched to there.
He just threw the fireball, but he moved left off of the last time he tried to throw it harder. Looks like he just moved like a little 5 and 2 left or something like that. I say little. I think a lot of people hear me say that would be like, little? Tour, whatever moves a lot of league bowlers make, tour bowlers will double or triple that move. You leave
Right.
a 4-pin and they move like 1 or 2. When tour guys leave a 4-pin, they move like 4 or 5.
Dimitri looked really good on that last one. Now we got, what, a re-rack going on here? Back over to
I
Tim.
don't know if it's a re-rack. Oh, he did do it from, there's a reset button, but he did it from the. All right,
Tim after the 7-10.
Yeah, kind of popped up out of that one
Flat
just a little
tens.
bit.
Fresh rack here for Cam Crow. Cam, a quick worker here. Blinking that ball be down the lane.
This is fun to watch. I don't think people realize like what these guys are doing. You look, no one has a 3-bagger and they can't miss.
Again, if you're just tuning in, right now it's a best of 3. Currently right now, Bittenbender and Barrett trail Cruz and Holloman 1-0. This is the second game. And right now, Albrecht and Wilkins are trailing Cam Crow and Boog Kroll 1-0.
That's right. Whole lot of 8 there. It's a makeable. This is not an easy spare on this though.
No, not at all.
Because he's playing so deep, he's going to have to move back a little right, but if he moves too far right, it might hook too early, and then he might get 1.
Well, Shay and Tim now at this point are going to need help.
We've seen this before.
We have.
We've seen this before.
Here's the spare attempt on the 2-8.
Good spare. It's not an easy one at the day like this, where the lanes are just getting brutal. They looked left. Yep. Lucky to break up the 7 there. Has a makeable spare. Albright looking to get a double.
There we go.
All right. Got to start somewhere. They got 224 max left to 257 their opponents. I don't want to say it's a can't miss situation, but I feel like it is for them. They got to find a way to get to 220.
Sure. Yep.
They really do. And I don't even think it'll be enough, but they're going to need to. Good spare by Michael. 257 max for Michael and Dimitri. Big lead on Tim and Shay. They got 234 max, but they don't have a strike through 5 frames. Got that on the lane quick. Shaker, 5-pin falls. Doesn't matter how pretty, especially end of the day like this. Someone asked, what is the pattern? It is a 4-to-1 pattern, 26 mils, 44 feet, I think it was?
43.
43.
There it is.
There you go. There's the pattern. Very pleased with the scoring pace this year. Plus 250 to make the cut. Not too high, not too low.
Cam Crow and Bud Kroll, they're going to be bowling for the championship
Yes,
here
they
today.
are. I just don't see. I mean, you don't really know because all it takes is one errant shot here, and it's a 10-pin match, or an open is an even match. I don't see it out of them. They're just bowling too good. All right, let's see if Tim can get the first strike on the board for Tim and Shay. They're not that far behind. They're 12 back if they strike here. Hook.
2-8 again.
Just the 2. The 8 got out. A little easier. Looks close.
All right, Tim with the strike. All starts here.
234 max to 246 max. We have a one-hit game right now. They got their first strike in the 6th frame. We've seen this before. They're like the comeback kids.
Yeah, they're communicating right now about what they're going to do here on this lane with Shay. Looks like Shay's going to go grab another ball. Going to do a blind ball change. Albrecht up. They can strike out and make them have to mark. Make Crow and Kroll have to mark.
You know what makes the best bowlers, at whatever level you're at, the best bowlers? It's the fear factor. It's the lack of fear they have in their game. Shay, not hesitant at all, goes straight to the bag, grabs the ball, puts his thumb in it, and he's going to go try to make a shot. There was no hesitation and say, all right, I'll throw something different. And that's how you become the best at bowling. You got to just be, you can't be afraid to fail. You got to go out there and make it happen.
And then he stuffs the 9. Pretty
really
good shot. Yep, pretty good one.
Good shot. Trusted it.
Zach Wilkins has had himself a nice event. He's bowled phenomenal. So is Albrecht.
Right.
I hate to see those guys go.
Bowled very well. Can never be upset with a top 4 finish in an event like this. Especially when you're losing to a team that's shooting 490 when no one else is shooting 4-0. What can you do? Sometimes you're just like, you got it. You guys beat us. Nothing else to it. All right. Michael threw in a little bit out the window last time. Little left. Almost 379. Got the 7 out. Let's see if he makes a little bit better shot here. Still in the purple hammer. Hit that one a little more. Yep. 10 back. Ho hum. Strike from Michael. Huh? Of what? We're in. This is our.
Elizabeth, your order's ready. Elizabeth.
Oh. Oh. Michael. All right, Dimitri looking to double. Extend their lead. It's a good shot. Really good shot.
I can still get 246, 214 for Tim and Shea. So massive double there in the 7th and the 8th for Holloman and Cruz. Tim and Shea, if they strike out, again, 214. And Dimitri and Michael are going at a 216 pace. That 3-6-10 might be about all she wrote here for these guys.
Yeah.
Another really respectable finish. See the final over here, 226 to 196. We say goodbye to Albrecht and Wilkins.
Cameron Crow's currently crumping behind me. Hi, Cameron. You guys are bowling well right now. You're both bowling well. No one's shooting 2-0, and you guys are averaging 240 the last 4. It's good bowling.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Proud of you. My firstborn child.
Okay, see, now you're doing too much. You always do too much on camera. Don't do that.
I'm actually not on camera. I'm just on microphone.
Tim chops off the 3-6 of the 3-6-10, and that's going to do it for these guys. So we are going to have a final coming up of Cam Crow and Boog Kroll going to be taking on Michael Holloman and Dimitri Cruz. What pair is it, 37 and 8?
I think that's what we decided because last time we did over on the other end, I think. I think we did 27 and 8. I think we're going to 37 and 8. I'll go check for you.
Thank you. So we'll have our finals coming up here momentarily right here on Inside Bowling. Best of 3 match. It's going to be a good one here. Nice shot from Dimitri. He was solid here on 35 and 36. Bowled extremely well. Super impressed with this young man. Michael Holloman going for the back-to-back on Inside Bowling here. Won the Spa City Open. Looking to take down this one here. .230 the final score. Again, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Before we get ready for our championship match, I want to thank our sponsors again, Columbia 300, Brunswick and Track, and of course, Springfield Coring and Cutting, Ben Crazy, and Classics Yard. And of course, Enterprise Park Lanes, home of the Greater Ozark right here in Springfield at Enterprise Park Lanes. Enterprise Park Lanes the last 2 years have hosted PBA National Tour stops. Pretty awesome. They have inquired and plan on doing one again next year as long as the schedule permits. We had 85 total teams take to the lanes on this one. We're down to the final 2, 10,000 up top. I want to thank the entire staff here, Steve Weimer and his family. Of course, Jessica and CT, the rest of the crew working hard, getting the scores out throughout the entire event. Of course, Kevin for being the promoter and them even asking me to come down and do this now for the 4th year in a row. It's a good one. If you are looking for a doubles event to go bowl in the summertime, I highly suggest you mark this one on your calendar. So with that, I'm going to figure out what pair we're going to, and I'm going to get the cameras set up, and we'll be ready to go into our championship match. Players are going to get a little bit of practice, and then we'll be ready to go to crown a champion here from Springfield.
shoe, bought us.
Police, your order's ready, police.
All right, sorry for the pause, everybody, but now we have everything set and ready to go here. Their players are practicing right now, getting ready for their championship match. It's going to be a best 2 out of 3 here yet again, as we've seen here throughout this entire format here today. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling here on YouTube. Again, I want to take a minute just to thank our sponsors again. I want to thank Columbia 300 and Brunswick and Track. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, bag, accessory, check out those brands, the B7 brands. They're supporting this event. They certainly would appreciate a consideration on choosing their equipment. Springfield Coring and Cutting as well. We want to thank them for what they do to support this event. Been Crazy, 2 locations here in Springfield, a great place to go shopping, picking up some cool things at a discounted price. Also, Classics Yard. It's a great place, kind of like Chicken and Pickle, but it's a local place here. I want to give a shout out to Caleb Schween, who owns the place. He joined us in the booth yesterday. I went there last night for dinner. Awesome place to check out. Also, Enterprise Park Lanes, home of the Greater Ozark Tournament. If you don't come down and bowl the Greater Ozarks, you should come down. Singles, doubles, and team. It's a great event. A lot of things to do down here in Springfield. You've got Landry's, you've got, or Lambert's, excuse me. You've got Lambert's, you've got Bass Pro Shop, and there's a lot of shopping, a lot of things to do down here. Springfield's really built up. Come down, check it out if you haven't been here in a while. I want to thank you guys for watching this broadcast. Boy, this weekend's been so much fun with all of you here on our community here on YouTube. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank Kevin for inviting me along with CT. Chris Taylor, our general manager here. I want to thank Steve once again for having us here, and just everything that goes into putting on such a great event here and everything they do here at Enterprise Park Lane. So that sets it up here for our championship match. We've got a best 2 out of 3 coming up here, and it's going to be good. You got Bud Kroll, who's lofting the gutter cap. I expect him to be on the left lane, bowling with Cameron Crowe. You got the lefty-righty matchup. And then I anticipate seeing Dimitri Cruz down there in the white shirt. He should be on the left lane as well. He'll be doing his best Bud Kroll impersonation down there, but he won't be lofting it quite as much. He's got a little more softer of a hand. He's been clutch down the stretch, bowling with, of course, our man looking for the back-to-back titles on Inside Bowling, and Michael Holloman. Michael Holloman, the lefty, who has stopped bowling on the Professional Bowlers Tour, but still is a professional bowler, meaning he bowls every weekend, every event he possibly can. And when it comes to the big money events, he is always there at the bitter end. Very rarely do we not see Michael Holloman in a championship match, and we're seeing him here yet again in this Baker doubles format here in Springfield. That's what we have coming up here, everybody. I want to thank you guys again for tuning in. Hello to everybody in the chat. I've been busy switching cameras and commentating and going over the format. It's been a very long weekend, a very long day, but we save our best for last. Let's give them a nice send-off here in the chat. Tell me who you are rooting for here, or who you think is going to win this one here today in Springfield. Of course, if you would like to bowl this event next year, make sure you follow the 10,000 double shootout page on Facebook. And make sure you mark this one down in your calendars. We did not sell out the event this year. There's still some openings. And next year, I know Kevin would really like to sell out the event, and I highly suggest you check it out. They'll be announcing the date of the event just very soon, and it'll be available on the Facebook page. Again, if you'd like to support us here at Inside Bowling, you can head over to our website. You can pick up any of the great Brunswick products of the B7 brands and all their accessories and things. You can purchase right from us at Inside Bowling. If you'd like to give us a shot, we do ship out mostly same day through 5 distributors throughout the United States. We'd love to take care of you, and in addition to that, we also sell merch, and we make all that in-house. We print everything in-house. If you'd like to save 15% on the merch, you can do so with coupon code there on the left side of your screen. It's been there all weekend with YouTube. 15% on YouTube will get you that, and that's year-round. So that's your special discount code for watching all of our broadcasts here on Inside Bowling. Practice is about over here. And I think we're going to get started with our match. What's up, Steve? You're leaving? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Thanks, sir. You're the man. Steve Weimer taking off the Proprietor of the Year 2024, according to the Bowling Proprietors Association of America. That sounds so good, Steve. Thank you. All right, 37 and 38. It's been a tough pair this week. A tough pair. We'll see how tough they are for these guys here, and we'll see if the right-handers stay on the left lane and the right-handers bowl on the right lane. This oil pattern, if you've been hidden under a rock and you're just joining us here for the finals, here it is, 43 feet in length, 27.85 milliliters of oil, 4.3 to 1 ratio, and it is symmetric. It's the same on the right as it is on the left. I ordered 7 copies of STP's core. That's funny. It's from earlier today. And a little discussion down there, swapping out some scores, putting some names into the scoreboards. And it looks like Michael Holloman, Dimitri Cruz going to start the match on the left lane. You see the little bit of camaraderie there between these guys. They're all buddies. These weekend warriors, they all know each other. They have the utmost respect for one another, and we're going to get things started right here. Dimitri up on the left lane, bowling in the long sleeves, by the way, with the shorts here this weekend. Look where he slides, sliding into the left gutter almost. And that one's probably not going to get back. It does not get back. And he's got to be in the inside part of the lane, otherwise he gets insta-hook, and that one there just didn't get off his hand really clean. His rotation wasn't great, and that ball's not going to get back from there. What's happened is oil is pushed down the lane, on the outside part of the lane with so much traffic, and the oil's been removed from the front part of the lane. So you got to get it through the front, down to the end of the pattern, and it's hard to get it to recover. It's a very difficult thing to do, and that's why I give a little bit of an advantage here to Boog Kroll on this left lane, because the boogeyman is able to loft it about a third of the way down the lane, and the ball can't hook in the air. And I think that's an advantage right now for that team. So a spare for Dimitri Cruz, which right now in this match, you got to bring your spare game, that's for sure, because it's not going to be super, super high scoring, in my opinion, unless Cam and Boog can just totally figure something out and keep their scorching pace up. But that solid 8 right there it shows that Cam's got an unbelievable look to the strike pocket, and an unfortunate break right there. So here's Boog on the left lane. Watch the loft, everybody. Watch the loft. So far, Boog Kroll 1, Dimitri Cruz 0 on strikes on the left lane, and I think that's going to be the key to this match. I kind of put Holloman and Crow at a wash on the right lane. I think both will strike about the same amount of times. Cam seems to have a little bit of a better look with the higher ball speed, but I will never, ever count out Michael Holloman. And notice Holloman with the loft. Holloman's lined up on this pair. So Cam and Michael both lined up on the right lane. I like Boog's look on the left lane, and it's going to be all up to Dimitri as the X factor in this match. How is he going to perform on this left lane? Joining me back in the booth now is Kevin Williams.
Hi.
Welcome back.
The first thing I'm going to say about this match is, based off of match play, these are the two teams that should be in the finals. I feel like they struck the most. And at the end, whenever people were starting to struggle, these guys were just in a whole nother world. So, very well deserving. And I agree with what you said as I walk up. I think Dimitri is the one that might stand out between the other three.
He made a much better shot there in the third frame than he did in his opening frame. He got around the ball. He actually finished the shot, and it was 10 back. So we've got a good one in shape here.
When I was typing in the names and he threw his first shot, he came back. He was like, I haven't struck in the first frame all day. So I think that's just the norm. But if you missing in the first means you guys are going to keep winning, and so be it.
Cam's going to have to keep his angles open as well. He's not going to be able to afford to miss right at all. That's the one thing I possibly worry about Cam, but no doubt at all on his first two. Stuff that 8-pin to start.
You guys want to walk on up to your starting field, we're going to get you started for you. Practice is 6 minutes of practice. Handicaps will be put in. Good luck.
Boog Kroll. Man, this guy has just had an unbelievable year. 2 PBA titles.
All right.
1-1 on the left lane between Boog and Dimitri. They've both struck once out of 2 shots.
Yeah.
That one he got in a little more parallel up the lane, and it held pocket. That's a good sign for Boog.
It is. Almost 7-10, but he got it out. Yeah, but not throwing it that great when they're getting pretty hard and him to still hit the pocket and have a chance of striking. I agree. He ball changed. He was in the GB4 hybrid for 2 matches. He just got into the stealth hybrid.
Do we know what Cameron Crowe is throwing right now? Somebody's asking. It looks black.
He's on the MV Tour.
Oh. I
Yep,
think
he's been
that's a
throwing
good
that
ball
the
to be
whole
throwing.
time.
Okay.
You did say that earlier. I don't remember who it was that you said should be throwing it.
Zach should have been in an
Yeah.
NV Tour, I thought.
Yeah, that's what Cam's been throwing the whole weekend pretty much.
Michael's sending messengers now, showing off a little bit.
Showing off with the purple hammer.
If Michael Holloman wins this event, I'm going to have to get a cardboard cutout and just have it travel with it. So I can just interview the cardboard cutout every time, because he's kind of automatic in these IB events, at least recently.
You could you could probably make some sort of deal with him. Hey, I'll find a way to go stream all the events you bowl if I get a cut.
That's right.
I mean,
yeah.
you could find a way.
So Dimitri, not a good shot on the left lane. Leaves a 3-6-10. And, they're tough. And it was just inside a target, and it hooked too much down lane.
I don't know how people can bowl in long sleeves, especially two-handers. He's got them rolled up, but I just can't do it. All right, should be a routine spare here.
Yep, got to bring your spare game. I mean, it's been a lot of games this weekend. Fatigue could set in, but you just got to go up there and just throw it as if it's your first spare you're attempting for the weekend.
A little bit of nerves, bowling for a title, bowling for $18,000. That's good money in a weekend.
Yep, great cover.
Cam's gone stuff 8, strike. So he's hit the pocket twice.
Charlie, your order's ready, Charlie.
That was in a little bit. I mean, great high five there, guys. See how they connected?
Okay. All right,
See, we
that was
got
good.
one on camera.
Yep, we got a good one.
We got one on camera. All the other ones I've seen people get too hype and then they miss and then it just looks awkward.
Now, here is Boog. Again, he's, what is he? He's 1 for 2 over there.
That looked pretty good.
Flat 10. He's in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, close. The thing is, when you get to this time of the day and scores are, their scores have been higher than everyone else's, but when you see Dimitri miss the pocket twice, you got to live with, okay, if I 10-pin a couple times, whatever. Don't try to overdo it to try to find a 5-bagger. You got to kind of read what your opponents are doing as well. If you're hitting the pocket and you just can't quite get a single pin out, you got to be patient. Can't overdo it. Good cover. Every time that Boog has thrown a spare, Cam has yelled carry.
They're getting along well too. I think they're close, but they're not super close to the point where I think both of them are just happy to be bowling with each other and really respecting the fact that they are. What a shot by Michael. Michael's the man. Good seeing you, Shay.
I'm the
Take care,
bridge
man.
for those two boys because I'm close with both of them, so I made sure that they both.
You put that together?
I did. I did because, well, I didn't. Hammer did.
Okay.
Because Hammer is their brand.
Okay.
No, they've hung out a couple times, just because we all hang out and stuff. So that way, Boog can joke with Cam, Cam can joke with Boog. So it's easy to bowl good with people when you can, just be yourselves.
Boy,
It's a good
Dimitri,
shot.
that was impressive, and that's a double for their team now. They've got a lead. They've got a nice little lead here. It says 8 on the scoreboard, but max score it's actually 18.
Yeah, but the thing that stands out to me is you've got Dimitri go 7 spare strike, 7 spare strike. So when he misses, it's bad. Boog has gone 7-pin, 10-pin. And Cam's 8-pin. It's right, or left, I mean. Well, they haven't missed a hole yet, but they haven't struck a lot. Run it over, 238, still a good score. Need a little bit of help from Michael, and you got to think Michael also had a trip messenger. So get what you can, stay close.
Michael is just tough.
He's a good bowler. I used to bowl everything with that guy.
Like a good bowler, Mike
Michael.
Holloman's here.
Michael is there.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, Boog, let's see if you can get a strike. I wouldn't try to overdo it. I wouldn't overthink the 7-pin, 10-pin. Just try to make another shot. Be patient. It's close. They're bowling a good game. Just can't quite get the ball through the pins. don't get too far out of your process with this. You know, I mean, they haven't missed the hole when they're not easy.
Yep. It seems like, you know, Boog is just continuing to loft it more and more and more and project it more and more down the lane.
There's a point where you're going to run out of doing that.
Yep.
At the U.S. Open, he made a run at the U.S. Open this year, and he got 6th. Good.
G4. Is that what? It's a stealth. It's hybrid.
Is the GB4 too early?
I think so.
Did you try it?
I didn't.
I just think you kind of floated too much with the GB4 now. I think that one's close.
Yeah, it's close.
I think you got to be patient because they're not easy to hit the pocket. I think you just got to tweak it. Yeah.
Michael. Boom, daddy. Another strike for Michael Holloman. This guy's the bone crusher.
The bone crusher.
He just crushes. He's like an old monster truck called the bone crusher. He
You
just
know-
comes rolling in and crushes everybody in the field.
It's funny you say that because he used to have a jersey he'd wear all the time that was like a big skull.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm being
He
serious.
needs to break it back out.
When he was on DVA, he used to always wear this giant skull jersey when we bowled together. So he kind of is the bone crusher,
Wow.
is he?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dimitri here. He's
good.
got a real chance here to kind of set up Michael for the 10th frame and kind of cruise to game
Well,
one.
won't even really need to because if he strikes here, Michael will open for 230. So a strike here locks it up.
I don't think you caught what I just said.
What did you just say?
I said he's got a chance to cruise into game one.
I was waiting for you to say that. I thought you were going to say it way earlier.
No, I'm saving it
I
for,
knew you
for the
were.
championship.
I knew you were. I knew it was going to happen. Oh, that
Oh,
was left
push
the
a
entire
lot.
way.
Yeah, that was awful.
Oh, might be an off spot here.
He left
Might
the-
have to go get this fixed.
He left the 3-6-10 earlier in this game.
Look how wide that baby split is. That is now not. That's an adult split. It's not a baby split.
Yeah, this is where
Looks like the head
you actually want to hit the left side of the 3-pin at this point.
I agree. I don't know if he can clip both of them.
It's much more higher degree of difficulty.
Give him the backup ball.
Sure, backup ball will be okay.
The Millie Rock, the scoop, has many names.
Probably throwing a strike shot here.
No, he's got his classic ball. Told you he
See?
could almost went through it.
Yeah,
you can't-
because
it was off
he,
spot.
he couldn't have hit that pin any better to deflect into the.
He did hook at it though. If he could have kind of actually thrown straight at it, he might have been able
Yeah,
to
more of a
deflect, but-
cutter at it. Okay,
We have
so
a ball game.
Yeah, we do. 233 the max for Cruz and Holloman. 237 for Crow and Boog, and Crow and Kroll. I like to say Boog because it's hard to say the two together.
Yeah.
These guys here, they've been hitting the pocket.
Yep.
Now we need for them to win. They need for this to just start carrying some hits here.
So Boog came over here and kind of asked me if he should ball change or not, and I said, hey man, you guys haven't missed a hole. Be patient. Just make another good one. Let's see if we can get him to fall over. So
And the ball change
he wanted to go back to the GB4 hybrid, and I think it was going to be too early. I said, I think this stealth is good. I said, make a little adjustment and be patient.
Is
Let's
this
see
a
if it
regular
falls.
stealth?
The new hybrid.
The hybrid stealth
Yes.
hybrid. Okay.
Yes. So I told him to stay in it, and I said, hey man, just make a shot. I think if you're patient enough, they're going to fall.
If he's going to keep projecting it the way that he is and being as aggressive as he is, he could probably move one board right. He could
Yeah.
probably cheat one board
This
right.
one's getting through it a little easier than the GB4 was.
Here we go.
Looks pretty good.
Flat
It's a
10.
pretty good shot. It's a pretty good shot. Ball rep.
So 207 the max now. 203 already up there. So Holloman and Cruz going to take the first game. Kevin repping Boog Kroll here. They're buddies. Probably a ball change here. So 207, a clean 207 for Kroll and Crow. All right, here we go. Michael Holloman. This guy's been a beast in this game. Continues to be a beast. Throwing pins everywhere. That is the bone crusher, as I coined the phrase just a little while ago. He is just ripping the rack, shredding the rack, and they're going to be possibly in the 230s here. And they are cruising, as I mentioned, cruising along here. So there we go. Got a chance to close out in game number 2. Can Holloman and Cruz go up 2-0 and win this thing? Or will we have an even-Steven match after the next game and have to decide it on the third game?
It's only right to go to game 3, right? Just for viewership purposes. I mean, Boog and Cam bowled a good game. They bowled a clean 207. They never missed the pocket. Cruz and Holloman also bowled a great game. Michael didn't miss, and Cruz threw a couple really good shots in there and sprinkled in a 230.
Michael Holloman did not miss one time in that game.
Nope. No, he did not.
All right, we're on to game 2.
All right.
So now Cam Crow will finish the match, and Dimitri Cruz will finish the match. Changes the complexities of things just a little bit. Holloman not to be the anchor bowler here.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of when he's still in the GB. He's got to float it so much through the fronts that you could sail it off your hand, miss it right like that, or if he rolls it too forward. Because when you try to loft it that much, you lose a lot of the tilt that you naturally have. Your tilt goes the other way. It starts to go reverse. So it makes your ball kind of hook stop a little bit more. As I was saying earlier, before he came up, when he made the run at the U.S. Open, he finished 6th going into the last game. He was at a point where him losing wasn't going to drop him out of 6th, and we're trying to get him on the show. So he was throwing it so far down the lane, it was just running out of, was never really going to strike. And I said, hey man, you're going to have to bowl a 240 here. Let's try to get you back right. Try to throw it a little harder, get on the lane a little cleaner. Because he was trying to throw it 100 feet down the lane, way further than what he's doing right now. So that's the only thing that scares me whenever he's having to throw it that far down the lane, because Dimitri's getting on the lane a little cleaner. Oh, Michael's first miss is a tomahawk miss messenger. I'm going to have to tell Brunswick it's time for me to be a ball rep. I'm top tier at it, I swear. So much easier telling people how to bowl without having to do it yourself and seeing the full picture. Good shot by Dimitri. See, the thing that, he said he is the X factor, but the thing that I like about Dimitri is he doesn't have to be 10 further left where Boog is at right now. He actually can lay it on the lane pretty normal. It seems like he's just got a little bit more lane to use versus Boog is taking out half the lane out of play, and that gets hard to do.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you nailed it.
He's been doing it well all day, but now it's to the point you're catching a right-hander who actually got to cheat a little bit back right, and he's doing something a little more natural than what Boog's doing. Dimitri's not doing anything weird.
Cam keeping him going here. Now, here's the thing with Boog. Does he really? He has been increasing his loft. Like, yeah. Can he just loft it like a foot past the arrows instead of halfway down the lane?
Yeah, so that's the thing we worked on a lot with him this year, is because he would always try to throw it so high in the air. But when you do that, the second it hits the lane, it picks up sooner because it's so violent and steep into the lane. So I told him to get rid of that and project it just like that.
There it is.
Because he does that thing where he wants to throw it so high in the air. So when he won his first title, it's like, hey, work on your projection. You want it to be parallel with the lane, not up and into the lane. So that is exactly what he did there. He got it onto the lane, which gets through the fronts a little sooner, projects through the lane a little easier, gets the 7 out, or the 10 out. We're going to have a ball game this time, I think. It's like you forgot. We've talked about it all year on tour. And then you just throw it to the moon.
Here we go. Michael Holloman.
Yeah, I know you do.
It's only missed once.
Yeah, Tomahawk Miss Messenger was his only miss. That one was in the whole way, 6-pin.
So he goes 7-pin, 6-pin now. So suddenly in game 2, now he
Roles
is starting to
reversed.
hit the pocket and not get 10, like we saw in game number 1 for Boog and Cam.
Roles reversed. Sometimes you got to just recognize if you're patient, it'll kind of work its way back around because Cam and Boog bowled a great first game. They didn't miss the pocket for 207 when they're hard. They just got beat with 230, you know? But it's like, hey, guys, don't change the process too much. They're either going to fall or not. But if you change the process too much, you might run into bowling 170 because you're trying to overdo it.
Now here's Dimitri to pick up his partner and get a strike here. He'd be 2 for 2 in game number 2.
Oh, that got in the lane, not very good. Did you hear
What a
the
shot.
da-da-da?
Yeah.
Got away with it, though.
He's picking up Holloman, and in team bowling, you got to pick up your partner
Gotta do it.
sometimes. So
Gotta do
he's
it.
given his partner an opportunity for a double at both times so far, and that's when your guy's striking like he did in the first game. You know, those strikes are going to come. Cam is kind of starting to get in a pressure situation here now, where he needs to keep delivering on this right lane. Boog through the last one good, but he's certainly not lined up by any means, and Cam looking good, looking real good.
Dialed in.
With the amount of traffic that was on the right-hand side of the lane that we've had here throughout this entire bracket, the surface is a little bit fresher on the left side, and we're seeing Cam and Michael, the lefties, you know, have a little bit more of a defined path to the pocket. They don't have to work quite as hard to get to the pocket.
Yep. Pretty typical. When you get into formats like this, end of the day, we've bowled so many games, so much rev rate on both sides, but we didn't have that many lefties in the bracket this year. Not like the last couple of years, we had a lot more. This year, we only had a handful. Yes,
Boog
sir.
Kroll's back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Boog Kroll. Not sure where you were, but welcome back, my friend. So you've got Crow and Kroll with the, you know, Boog leaving that that split may have been the best thing that could have happened to him, because it was kind of a gut check. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah, too much. I'm
Right?
doing too much.
Yeah, I'm
Keep
right.
it simple. Yeah.
Right, that open frame might have actually alluded to the double that he's thrown after. This might have been the
Sometimes
culprit.
you just kind of lose the process a little bit.
Yep.
And that was his tendency. When he used to loft, it was always so high. And it's like, hey, dude, you
But
won
hey-
2 titles not having to do that.
But hey, the bone crusher here
Hasn't struck this game. That's
right
better.
here though.
That one was
The bone crusher hits the pocket 3 times, and he hasn't struck on the first 2. Oh, he's striking probably the rest of the way.
Do you think a 6-pin is hitting the pocket? Do you consider hitting the pocket when you go high for a 6-pin? I'm asking, because some people say yes and some people say it's not the pocket.
I thought that shot was a pocket hit. Yeah, if you leave a 4-pin, 6-pin, 7-pin, 8-pin, 9-pin, or 10-pin, and the ball, the first 2 pins that the ball touched were the 1, 2.
Well, yeah, high flush. Some people say that it's not the pocket if you 4-pin.
It's pocket for me.
Okay.
Oh, lucky!
Big
That
break.
is a huge break.
Big break.
That was 2, 4, 8, 10. Then it was 8, 10. Now it's just the 10. And even though that ball going through the pins didn't look good, Dimitri wasn't that far off from what he's trying to do.
No, it wasn't. I think it was just the other one was a little slower. This one he got in the lane a little quicker, kind of bailed out down lane. That was to Kim.
So
All right,
here's
Cam.
Yeah, Cam's got a chance to keep carrying the load
He's
here.
going to get loud, too, when he strikes here. I can feel it.
There's a whole bunch of packages, and they're on Cam's back right now. Can
Pause.
he keep carrying this load to the destination in game
Pause.
2?
That was in the whole way.
Sure
in
was.
the entire way. 7's good. Run the spare over. You still have a lead.
249 the max for Cruz and Holloman.
I'm going to say Cam's a good spare shooter, but we bowled in Vegas a couple weekends ago, and I watched him miss about 5 2-4-7s. So I'm curious to see how he's going to shoot this, because he shoots it with a black hammer. All right.
We got
Good for-
249, 256 max score situation here with that 7-pin advantage to Boog and Cam.
Who are down 1-0. So they need to keep this lead, not give
Yep.
them a chance.
Here's a 2-time PBA champion stepping up after throwing a double. 2 pretty good shots here on this left lane.
It's got to hook a little bit.
There it is, and you get the loud yes out of the boogeyman.
He's a little man, but he's got a lot of fire in him. That's why I like him. And then Cam has a lot more fire than Boog even.
It should happen, but I'm looking forward to Boog Kroll getting drafted in the PBA
Oh,
league.
yeah, there's no doubt it will happen.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, for sure.
That's going to be must-watch TV if his
will.
team makes it to Bayside.
It will be for sure. Hated it.
Sure did, and paid the ultimate penalty for that
6-8.
shot right there.
You get a break from Dimitri turning a split into a 10-pin, and then you don't throw a great shot, and then you still pay max penalty.
Yeah, the 6-8,
OB, your order's ready. OB.
and you just kind of feel like, you know, this is only right that this tide is turning, and
Yep.
and we look like a lot of game left. We look like this thing is shaping up for a game 3. It's just that's how this thing is looking, and the pin carry is kind of affirming that right
I mean,
now.
in any sport, you can always feel like a momentum switch, and it's crazy when it happens. It just feels like you can't control it, and if you're on the wrong side of it. You see a team making a comeback, and then you just feel things fall into place. You're like, it's not going our way. It's not going our way. Are we seeing a momentum shift here?
I think so, but
I think so,
but
too.
Dimitri has an opportunity here
He's moving
to
left. He just
to
moved
move
a bunch
to
left.
move that momentum a little bit back in their favor,
Dimitri's bowling good right now.
and he's
The
going to
one
finish
errant
the
shot.
match on that lane.
Just
their
had the
team.
one errant shot.
Cam and Boog are going at a 216 pace. They can still max out at 256. Kroll or Cruz and Holloman can get to 226 on a max.
Cam missed in last time, 247. Let's make a little bit better shot here. Get a little steeper with your angles.
Parlay and Boog strike
Go.
would be good for Cam right here. Now he splits. Uh-oh.
I was in again.
There is a major door open now.
A miss is 220. A spare is 230. He's going to lose a little bit of count if he doesn't pick it up. Very interesting. Oh, in front of it.
Almost hit it too good.
In front of it. 224 max, 226 max. We have a 2-pin match. Boog up in the 9th. Michael up in the 9th.
Take a look at this again.
I mean, he made an effort at it. Didn't leave it short. All right, Boog.
Back to real time, Boog Kroll left lane.
Make a good one here. Give Cam another chance. In just a little bit.
Beautiful shot from Boog Kroll. He sets up his anchor bowler for the 10th frame.
I will say there's people that live for those moments where you need to show up in the 10th, and Cameron Crowe is one of them. He loves having to show for the 10th if he can get a chance to.
I don't like his last 2 shots, though. He's going to have to make
He's
sure that
one
he
of those
doesn't
guys that
overthrow
he's
it.
going to find a way.
Well, Holloman here can compound this strike
can shut out.
from Dimitri here. If he strikes in the 9th, he puts Dimitri in a really good spot.
They can shut him out right now and win the 2024 Springfield Double Shootout. $18,000 up top. He's got to start here, though.
He's 6-8 on the last shot, 6 pinned before that. What's the adjustment here? Will he move a
Well,
little
he didn't
right?
like the last shot he threw. That looks left. Oh, yeah. He definitely moved in.
Great shot, Michael Holloman, the bone crusher. Now,
bone crusher.
Dimitri Cruz.
All right, this is your X factor, you said.
He
and
is
he's got
the
a
X
chance
factor.
to throw double 9 to secure the win.
Yep.
Some trophies, some money, some memories. Ferda. He moved in a little bit on the last one, light mixer 4-pin, like a good light mixer.
He needs to make sure he gets through it good with good rotation.
Let's see if he's
Otherwise,
got that clutch factor. I haven't seen Dimitri bolt too much in these
bails down
situations.
lane if he doesn't. Here we go. Got around it good.
Oh,
Money.
threw it really good.
What a shot. Beautiful shot from Dimitri Cruz on the left
Threw it
lane.
very good.
Puts him in the 2 teens. Gonna take a re-rack. Settle down the nerves
So
here a
the
little
way
bit.
the Springfield double shootout works is we don't have a shot clock, so he could take as much time as he wants.
Yep.
I won't fine him. Strike and 9 to win. Doesn't strike here, Cam can get up here and double to force a game 3. It's quiet. Looks a little right.
Gets it. Man, this kid is good. I am really impressed with what Dimitri has done here down the stretch. So now he needs 9 on this ball. That would give him 225, and they would win. 8, we have a possibility of a tie. 9 or 10, we've got a champion.
All right, for the win. 2024 Springfield Double Shootout champions right here. 9. That was
Whoa,
not
that's
right.
wide. Got back. 9,
Oh
that's
my
enough. They are
goodness.
your 2024 Springfield Doubles champions.
go.
Michael Holloman back-to-back on inside bowling for the summer. Send that man to Dubuque next week. He's probably going to win if he goes there.
I don't
As
think
that'll
he's
be our
ever
next
bowled that
stream.
event.
Man.
Good
Wow.
bowling. Really good bowling.
The X Factor shows up in the 10th frame and delivers. What an event.
Very well deserved. I think these were the 2 teams that should have been in the finals just based off their scores in match play.
Hats
Cam
off
and-
to Cam and Boog for a great event to finish second. I know they wanted this one, but man, great bowling to everybody. What an event, Kevin. This has been a really good one here.
We had a lot of fun matches today. I feel like we do every year. Every year we find a way to find some comeback wins and things like that. It was fun.
Kevin, thank you. I'm going to get these guys to come over here and spend
Yes.
a second with me, and
Yes.
then we'll wrap things up here.
Perfect. I appreciate you, Mike.
Thank you. All right, everybody, I'm about to talk to the champs. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Finally breathe now.
That's my bad over there. You can just slide it down through here. There you go. All right. All right, we're going to bring it into the booth. We're going to have a party here. No stranger to being in the booth this summer is Michael Holloman. You did it again, back-to-back events, Michael.
Yes, sir, I did.
How awesome is that?
It is good. Feels good. I'm still trying. My hands are sitting there shaking. I think my blood sugar's a little low.
Yours.
This oil pattern played tougher than we thought it was going to this weekend, and they got particularly tough on the right side of the lane, having to go left to right. The fronts, there was instant hook, and then there was a puddle down lane. Dimitri, how were you able to step up in the 10th frame and do what you did?
Yeah, so going into the 10th, I knew that I just had to get the ball in the puddle. When I tried to do too much, keeping it left or right, it was just a disaster. And then after the first 2 shots, I actually told him that I was going to move a couple left just because I wanted my ball to at least, flat 10 at the worst for the win. I didn't want to take the chance of getting it right a little too quick and, getting 5 and potential loser. So, but yeah, I just, trying to manage my speed. There was a couple shots there that I threw it a little too quick. And, this pattern all weekend was pretty speed sensitive, to be honest with you. So I knew if I could keep my speed under control that my ball had a chance to strike.
Yeah. What was it like bowling with this guy?
Oh, I've known Michael for a couple years now, and, we've been fortunate to bowl a couple tournaments together and team events, doubles, whatever. And we have never not cashed in a tournament. So we've done pretty well together. I think we're really good friends on top of that. So it makes it very easy, to communicate. And, the way the pattern was, I think communication was a big factor this weekend. So it's great. He's a great dude. I love him. He's like a brother to me. And this is a pretty big tournament to win that, I get to enjoy with somebody that I actually care about. So
That's awesome. Michael,
Yeah.
you've bowled with some different partners. Why Dimitri?
I actually wasn't going to bowl this event at all. I was going to bowl something in Florida. Chris Prather's trio was that weekend because I bowled with Jarrett Thompson last year, and then he told me, I'm going to dump you for Troop. So I was like, I understand. It's a good partner.
Okay.
So, and then I actually bowled the Vicky trio with Dimitri in January, and I was like, I asked him if we talked about it a little bit later on, and I just asked, hey, you got a partner? He said no, because I saw him on the roster, and I was like, hey, you want to bowl together? He said, yeah, let's go. I mean, we're having, I'm like say, it's our third. I think it's our third time bowling together, and we have not yet. So we've cashed every time we bowled.
Yep.
This is the first doubles.
Yeah.
That's awesome, guys.
Yeah.
That's
first
awesome.
doubles.
Well, I know you guys got people that support you and everything, and I know it's
Yeah.
been a long day, so I don't want to keep you too long. Dimitri, who would you like to thank?
Just my parents. Even yesterday and this morning, I was getting texts from my dad about, when certain games weren't really going my way just because the lanes were pretty funky this morning. Just to stay positive and make the best shots possible. Even when you don't make a good shot, just try to regroup and make a good shot. So my parents back home, watching Turbo, Genesis, I can't thank them enough for everything they've done for me as far as supplies, everything. So, Mom and Dad, if you guys are watching, I love you guys. Tournament we wanted to win, we got it. So coming home happy.
It's awesome. Michael, for you?
I want to thank, I know my wife's, I'm sure she's blowing up your chat. She's been texting me all day. I want to thank her. It sucks she wasn't here. And my baby girl, y'all heard her in Hot Springs.
Yeah.
And then my sponsors as well, Turbo, Genesis. We have CTD. I'm part of 2 different pro shops, Corey Bergeron in Alexandria, and then Bowl 101 in Little Rock. And they take care of me. And also Strike Zone Pro Shop in Southhead, Mississippi with Gary Faulkner. They take care of me a bunch. And I just can't thank them enough. I wouldn't be able to do this without their help.
Awesome. Well, guys, congratulations. I'm going to let you
sir.
get out of here.
Appreciate it.
Michael, we'll see you on the Inside
Thank you,
Bowling
sir.
Stream again. I don't know when the next one is. Nightmare Doubles.
I'll see you at Nightmare. I'll be there.
You're not bowling Dubuque this weekend, are you?
No.
Oh, hey, if
No,
you want to go win a tournament.
I'm actually going to probably stay around home. It's the last 2 weekends has been rough.
Yeah, no, I
It's
get
been- it's
it.
been
I get it. But if you
24
want,
hours.
if you want free money next weekend, just head up there. I guess. I guess that's what it is.
I used to not be on your live stream at all, and
yeah,
this year's been pretty
Yeah,
good.
it's been a good year.
Yeah.
All right, guys. That's Michael Hallman, Dimitri Cruz, our 2024 champions. Thanks, guys, so
Thank
much.
you, sir.
All right, I'm going to take it out to the lanes for just a second, then I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here.
10 hours of driving suck. Honestly, driving 7 back home, it's not as bad now.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, everybody. That is going to do it. That's going to do it for the 2024 Springfield Double Shootout. Glad you were with me all weekend to watch this one. It's always fun broadcasting these tournaments, showcasing all the great talent out on the lanes, whether they're PBA athletes or amateur bowlers and all in between. Thanks to everybody that shoot up and bowled in this one, no matter where you finish in the standings. Just the fact that you went out on the lanes and competed this week means that you're a baller, that's for sure. So I want to thank our sponsors one more time. Columbia 300, Track, Brunswick. Of course, I want to thank Springfield Pouring and Cutting. I want to thank Bin Crazy. They got 2 locations here. If you're looking for some cheap deals, check out Bin Crazy. Classics Yard, what a great place. Go check that out when you're in town. And, of course, Enterprise Park Lanes. Make sure you sign up for the Greater Ozarks Bowling Tournament. I want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. I want to thank everybody that picked up some merch this weekend. Don't forget you can save 15% with coupon code YouTube right here on Inside Bowling. And I want to, again, congratulate our champions, Dimitri Cruz and Michael Holloman, and all the finalists here today. So that's going to do it. But I'll be back next weekend, Saturday, in Dubuque at Cherry Lanes at the Diamond Joe Casino for the 11th Frame Open. Can't wait to see you there here on Inside Bowling. Everybody have a great week, and we'll see you next weekend. That's going to do it for me here from Springfield. Have a good one, everybody.